Good afternoon, delegates. Please take your seats. We are about to start in a minute. Thank you. All right, good afternoon and welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch, and also for the small groups that met, hope you were able to make some progress in helping us to identify more areas of convergence, because that's where we want to head to. This morning we left off when we were just about to finish CRP1. And also over the last 5 days, we've been having a lot of exchanges on different versions of the document on this subject matter. And I'm sure that we are all pleased that we have managed to identify some areas of convergence, at least we are. And also we have been able to clearly identify areas that would require further work. So I think that has been very good progress. And in addition, maybe just to mention that we do have that footnote that was introduced earlier on in the document, which indicates that the elements that are in this document provide an exhaustive list, which we may consider as a priority in future work. So I'm sure that we all have that opportunity based on that footnote that we have. And we can see that time is moving so fast, and we soon need to go into plenary, and the clock is ticking. And so we'll start going through the CRP documents. We have CRP2 and CRP3. And just to mention that for CRP2, which we'll start looking at right now, there is a minor error on paragraphs 31 and 35. There is a small duplication there. So it should be noted that when adopting this CRP, paragraph 31 will be deleted. So I hope that is well noted. And I would like to propose that maybe, considering that we've really had a lot of time to look at this document, to contribute, and have had different versions, that if you are content with the contents that are in the CRP2, we approve CRP2 and move it into an LDoc for plenary later on this afternoon. So I would like to take the floor. I would like to open the floor for any parties that want to object to the proposal that we can approve CRP2 and move it into an LDoc as it is. The floor is open, and if any parties would like to make any interventions on specific elements of the CRP2, I would request that please be precise and specific and focused, indicating which cluster you want to make your intervention. And if you have textual suggestions, be very specific and focused on which paragraphs, and keep it short and very focused so that we can move so fast, because we also have to look at CRP3 and then also have plenary later on. So I hope you understand the time limitations that we have. So I have Brazil, Australia, then Japan. Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. And we have a few comments, and thank you for the excellent work done. And we certainly want to be this exercise to be as swift as possible. On CRP2, we would start by saying that paragraph 11, that refers to the framework for the work of this working group. I think it became clear, if it wasn't before, that many parties have different visions concerning the relationships within the Nagoya Protocol and this process. Therefore, we do not want to give the impression that this list in paragraph 11 is an exhaustive list. And for this reason, we propose that this paragraph be deleted in its entirety. Also,
sorry, Brazil, which paragraph are you referring to?
11, overall considerations. The very beginning of CRP2, right?
Yeah, there is paragraph 1, 2, and 3 under overall considerations.
I think you mean 2.
Sorry. I'll go back to you in a moment. Maybe I've got the wrong document. Thank you.
Okay, Brazil. I now give the floor to Australia, followed by Japan.
Thank you, Chair. We think that your suggestion on the way forward is very exciting. Before we go into hibernation, just like the marmot, we would actually just like to talk about an insertion that we've been requesting to really call out on Cluster C, non-monetary benefit sharing, on paragraph 28, with the chapeau including a reference to the use of, for genetic resources for the use in the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity as a qualifier here, please. Thank you.
Okay, Australia, would you please repeat where exactly you want it to be inserted?
Apologies, Chair. Yes, in Cluster C, on paragraph 28, the paragraph starting the work to facilitate capacity building and development, on the second line at the end after genetic resources, we would see the inclusion of for use in the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity, just to qualify what it would be used for. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Is there any objection to this? Just by show of hands, because I have another list. I don't see any objection, so we include it as such. I'll now give the floor to Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have comments on paragraph 1 and paragraph 32. On paragraph 1, there is a factual error. It says in decision 15/9, the conference of the parties to the Convention on Biodiversity decided to establish, rather than just establish, a fair, transparent, inclusive. So this is just a factual error. And paragraph 32, that's non-monetary benefit, non-monetary benefit, yes. We actually discussed about how we could properly evaluate the value of non-monetary benefit. So we just proposed to add in the very, 32 in the chapeau, non-monetary benefits from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources could include the following, and should be properly evaluated and evaluated to measure its contribution. That is our proposal. Am I making sense? That's para 33, I'm sorry, 33. I read it again just in case. Non-monetary benefits from the use of DSI on genetic resources could include the following, and should be properly evaluated and evaluated to measure its contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. I note I have Cote d'Ivoire and EU, but just to make sure we close off on these proposals by Japan, for paragraph number 1, the proposal is to include after diversity decided to establish. Is there any objection? Okay, I don't see any objection, so we can move on. Okay, Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. We do have our comments before, but first I would like the proposal of Japan to be read again, please.
On paragraph 1?
No, on just the proposal on paragraph 32, 33, I believe.
Yeah, we'll get there. I just wanted us to...
Sorry.
Yeah, we'll get there. Okay, sorry. I just wanted us to conclude on paragraph 1 on the proposal that has been made by Japan. I didn't see any objection from the floor. So we'll go to paragraph 32. And I think, Brazil, you are asking that it should be read again. So I'll ask Secretariat to just read paragraph 32 as has been proposed by Japan. Sorry, paragraph 33.
Thank you, Chair. So the proposal from Japan would be to add some additional text to the end of the chapeau to paragraph 33, so that the chapeau would read, non-monetary benefits from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources could include the following and should be properly evaluated and valued to measure their contribution. I believe it should be their contribution, as benefits is plural, if I'm reading that correctly. Perhaps I'll repeat, given my little interjection there. So the text of the chapeau would be non-monetary benefits from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources could include the following and should be properly evaluated and valued to measure their contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Cote d'Ivoire, EU, and Brazil, but I would want those parties that want to respond first to paragraph 32. 33. Paragraph 33. So I'll give the floor to Cote d'Ivoire if it's on paragraph 33.
No.
Okay, fine. We'll come back to you. EU, is it on paragraph 33? Okay, so EU, then followed by Brazil.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair. We, I think, very much appreciate the idea behind it from the proposal from Japan, that it's good to know the value of the non-monetary value so that we can really appreciate it. But the way it is phrased, would be phrased now, would then make it actually restrictive and conditional upon that. So that would complicate matters, whereas we actually really support the idea that we make it very tangible and visible, and then that we understand very well the value of those non-monetary values. But the wording as such, we're afraid it is actually not helpful to that purpose, so we would prefer not to have those words.
Thank you, EU. Brazil?
Thank you, Chair. In the same vein, Brazil also don't see the added value in this regard. I think we're talking about issues that should be on the table for discussion and not getting to the depth of the discussion itself. I mean, this issue might be pertinent to the discussion, but not in the way it was formulated here. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Algeria?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I would like to come back, if I may, on 28, because I requested to intervene, but I didn't get a chance. Only on para 28.
Sorry, Algeria, I'll come back to you. Sorry for being hard. I just want to be able for us to conclude on one issue before we go to the next. Sorry.
Okay, no, okay.
But we have noted that you want to intervene on 28, yeah. UK?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. We were going to suggest adding whether to the start of paragraph 33, so whether non-monetary benefits from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources could include the following, and then the list. I don't think that formulation works so well with the addition of Japan's text, so I would suggest the addition of whether, but not taking up Japan's proposal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Uganda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We were also a little bit not clear with the text from Japan, so we would support not including it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Indonesia?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Our comment would be on paragraph 32. We think that it's missing the verb sharing. So in our notes, it's a new platform or facility for sharing, and then capacities that are developed using digital sequence, etc. And in addition to capacities, it should include technologies, the way we understood it. So it would read for example, as follows. whether there is a need for a new platform or facility for sharing technologies and capacities that are developing using digital sequence information, etc. That's the way we understand it, please.
Okay, Indonesia, I think I'll come back to you later on that. Just keep your proposal. I just wanted us to finalize on paragraph 33 on the proposal for Japan. So I have Algeria and India, and please take the floor if you want to comment on paragraph 32. 33. Yeah.
33 now. Okay, so yeah, it's going fast. I wanted to, my understanding was we are dealing with all the elements of the divergence and with further discussion. So 34, or should I wait? Please.
Yeah, I think the approach that we wanted to take was to make sure that we are not going back and forth on
yes, but
on specific issues. So
yeah.
maybe for now, Algeria will go to paragraph 34 soon. I just want to check if there is any more comments on paragraph 33, and then we'll move to another paragraph if it's okay with you. All right, thank you. So I have India and Switzerland on paragraph 32, specifically commenting. Sorry, maybe I'm the one who is confusing. We are looking at paragraph 33. So I would like to get comments on paragraph 33 on the proposal by Japan to extend the chapeau. India, Switzerland.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Mine is not about para that is about Japan. It is related to, other provisions. Can I go ahead?
All right, so all right, India, you're on the right paragraph. We want to deal with paragraph 33. So you can go ahead on paragraph 33 and also comment on the proposal by Japan.
No, I am not commenting on the paragraph by the Japan. That's what I am, asking permission. It is about a different thing about CRP2. Certain recommendations were given in the CRP1, but that is not figuring in the CRP2. In that regard, I wanted to.
All right, so I think I've noted. We can come back to those suggestions later, yeah. Thank you, India.
Okay.
If you, yeah.
Can I go ahead? Okay, I will come back later. Yeah, that's what you wanted to say. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Switzerland.
Thank you, Co-Chair. So I have a comment on paragraph 33, is that correct? But on letter C, can I make this comment now?
Yeah, I think for 33, it will be very good to resolve the chapeau before we comment on the things that follow, because the chapeau has to really reflect what comes after. So I was hoping we'd be able to resolve the chapeau as has been proposed by Japan. But I think the proposal by UK, beginning with whether, would help us maybe move forward, because also this is an element that is meant for further discussion anyway. So I think we can close the discussion on the chapeau with that understanding, including the weather from Japan, noting that it's under the elements for further discussion, because I see that there is more appetite to look at other things than the proposal that was just made. So I'll go back to the initial list in that case, and because we still have Switzerland on the floor, you'll be the first, and then we'll go back to the initial list that we had, and we move forward from the discussion on the chapeau for 33. So Switzerland, you have the floor.
Great, thank you very much. So we have a textual amendment on paragraph 33 or 32, whatever it is, letter C. So the second half of this sentence for us is not very clear, and so we would like to amend it in the following way so that it would read the first part, making the product available in the public domain by taking into account all rights over the products or technologies. So for us, this would be much clearer than the formulation that we initially had. Thank you very much.
Okay, Switzerland, just to check with you on the proposal that you made, considering that now we have changed the chapeau to include weather to accommodate the also the proposal made by Japan. Do you still want this to be reflected in C? Maybe you can think more about it and come back. I'll give the floor to Brazil, and I request the parties who had earlier on wanted to intervene on other points, and I was trying to resolve 33 to come back and just raise your mics again so that you are able to follow through. So Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and sorry for the confusion earlier on. So as I was saying, Brazil would propose that paragraph 2 be deleted in its entirety, because of the reasons I have already stated, that many parties have different visions concerning the relationship between this process and the Nagoya Protocol, and we wouldn't want to give the impression that the Nagoya Protocol is not relevant for the framework of the discussion, and we would not also would like to entertain a discussion on that right now, because it's clear that we want to reach an agreement. So our proposal is just to delete the whole of paragraph 2, and I have some other proposals. If you allow me, I can read them, or we can take stock of this proposal before moving on. I'm in your hands.
Yes, Brazil, I think would want to take stock, and I want to hear from other parties whether they object to the proposal by Brazil to delete paragraph 2 in its entirety. I have EU.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair. No, in fact, we think it's really important for the further work that we are clear on in which framework we work. So for that reason, we would very much wish to maintain paragraph 2. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. I have Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're of the same opinion as the EU. We really have to make clear what framework we're working under. Thank you.
Thank you. Brazil?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would just like to recall that the very first paragraph of Decision 15/9 mentions specifically the Nagoya Protocol, saying that the Convention and the Nagoya Protocol and other access and benefit sharing instruments provide the legal framework for access, etc. So we would then request, if parties are not comfortable with deleting this paragraph, to include specifically the Nagoya Protocol in this list as a 4, maybe, or maybe after the Convention. 1, the Convention, 2, the Nagoya Protocol, 3, the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity, and 4, Decision 15/9. But again, I think we should not matter the discussion right now, otherwise we won't finish this today. Thank you.
Okay, we have a proposal to try and resolve this issue. Our proposal is that instead of having paragraph 2, we could just insert the paragraph that is in Decision 15/9, the very first paragraph, that talks about recalling the Convention on Biological Biodiversity and the Nagoya Protocol and other access and benefit sharing instruments that provide the legal framework for access to genetic resources and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from their utilization. This is already agreed language in Decision 15/9, and I think if Brazil and others would go along with this, then we would just replace paragraph 2 with that already agreed language. So I would like to hear. I have Argentina.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. My request for the floor was in support of including the Nagoya Protocol as a necessary reference in para 2 after the mention of the convention, but before mentioning the decisions taken by COP15. Thank you.
Thank you. Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I cannot find the phrase you suggested in decision COP15/9. It is, even though it is paragraph, the one mentioning the Convention on Biological Diversity and Nagoya Protocol, it is a different context because of the legal framework. Okay, let me read it. Recalling that the Convention on Biological Diversity and the Nagoya Protocol and other access and benefit sharing instruments provide the legal framework for access to genetic resources and the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising from their utilization, not from the use of DSI. So I would like to emphasize this part. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Korea, for that proposal and for noting that there are those differences. So I would like to get more views on how we can resolve this moving forward, because this paragraph was just trying to indicate the framework under which we are operating. And so maybe we can get more views. Colombia.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Mine is really short. Just to support the positions of Brazil and Argentina, if we're talking about the context, if we're talking about the legal framework, Decision 15.9, specifically on text says, recalling that the Convention of Biological Diversity and the Nagoya Protocol and other access benefit sharing instruments. It is mentioned in Decision 15.9, so we feel that it should be included as part of 15.9. because it was already agreed upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Colombia. And I think the proposal that we made, we did not hear any further objections apart from maybe that was made by Korea. So I would just like to go back to Korea, maybe to consider as a way of moving forward in terms of how we deal with paragraph 2, that we just include the paragraph that was already adopted through decision 15/9. Yeah, Korea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a very important part here because it is talking about the legal framework for access to genetic resources. And if this context, the context of this sentence is twisted, then it's going to change the legal status of the sequence information. So I would like to support the proposal made. I'm sorry to say this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada, then Norway.
Thank you. We do share the view of Korea that this is a somewhat, I mean, it plays an important role, that first paragraph, talking about the Convention on Biological Diversity and the Nagoya Protocol, and it's about access to genetic resources and the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising from their utilization. But We consider that it is very important when you look at that also to see that recognizing there are divergent views on digital sequence information on genetic resources with regard to its scope under the Convention on Biological Diversity. So we do share the concerns that Korea has expressed, and we're not sure that that solution will work. Thank you.
All right, I'm feeling that this might take up a lot of our time, and maybe just to check again if any parties feel strongly about keeping paragraph 2, considering that paragraph 1 already provides some context to the decision under which we are operating, which was also a decision adopted by the Conference of the Parties. So probably maybe if there are any parties that feel strongly about paragraph 2, I would propose that maybe we just delete it and not dwell a lot on this discussion as a way of moving forward, because we already have paragraph 1 and 3 to provide some of the background that we were hoping paragraph 2 would provide. I have Norway followed by Argentina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So your suggestion would be to delete 2 instead of trying to work on language. I mean, let's hear from other parties. An alternative would be to just refer to decision 15/9, because we all agree on 15/9. That would sort of be my suggestion on the spot thinking.
Yeah, thank you, Argentina. Norway, the proposal was in reference to that paragraph 1 already mentions decision 15/9, and then it already does that in a way. Argentina, then Republic of Korea.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to be addressing this point in English just to be very clear and fast.
Regarding the mentioning of the reference to Nagoya Protocol in this para 2, I think it comes back to an overall discussion that we've been having these last few days here, especially yesterday and today, on whether DSI has a correlation to the Nagoya Protocol. I think the problem that makes us want to keep that reference there is the fact that this discussion is ongoing. That is why I feel the reference is needed. The reference to decision 15/9 is not enough, just because there is question on whether this relates to the Nagoya Protocol. And on that matter, I would like to recall the decision adopted by the parties to the Nagoya Protocol on access and benefit sharing, which is 4/6, which reads that welcomes the outcome of the deliberation of the open-ending group on the post-2020 global biodiversity framework, welcomes decision 15/9 of the Conference of the Parties, and then as under para 3, endorses the process established in decision 15/9 and requests the ad hoc open-ended working group on benefit sharing from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources to also report to the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Nagoya Protocol at its 5th meeting. I think this entails that the parties to the Nagoya Protocol have already accepted the relation of this process to the Nagoya Protocol and as part of Nagoya Protocol. And I would go on to say that this does actually reflect that the parties to the Nagoya Protocol do agree that DSI falls under the Nagoya, is included in the Nagoya Protocol. It's under the scope, of the Nagoya Protocol. So I think I would rather see the reference. At this point, I'm quite adamant to see the reference there to Nagoya Protocol because of the discussion we're having. So I don't think deleting it will solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. I have Republic of Korea, then Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the sequence information is within the scope of Nagoya Protocol, we wouldn't have started this negotiation from the start. And we have negotiated about the scope of Nagoya Protocol for the last 14 or 15 years. And the Nagoya Protocol Article 3 reads this protocol shall apply to the utilization of generic resources. And we also formulated the definition for the utilization of generic resources, which means to conduct research and development on genetic composition, genetic and/or biochemical composition of generic resources. And then we have formulated the definition for derivatives, naturally occurring compound from the genetic expression and the metabolism, blah, blah, blah. And we didn't agree with inclusion of DSI within the scope of Nagoya Protocol, even though we have the talked about application, characterization, digitalization of genetic resources. So I would like to make sure that the DSI was not and has not been within the scope of Nagoya Protocol. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we'll just take a few minutes and see how we move forward on this. Thanks. All right, we have caucus, and we have a very, very positive proposal, which we feel it will be very irresistible. You'll be able to help us to move forward. So the proposal is, we know we've been looking at this text in different versions. We've had time to go through it in a number of interactions. And for paragraph 2, I agree with what has been said on the floor, that this provides a very good basis. We need to indicate the framework under which we having this discussion. So the proposal is for 2C, where we have decision 15/9, to include and decision 4/6 of the under the Nagoya Protocol, because we know that this process is also expected to report to MOB 5 of the Nagoya Protocol, and there is a decision. So we are not referring to the Nagoya Protocol, we are referring to the decision that was taken under that process. So I think maybe if we do that, this will be a compromise and help us to move forward. And also just to please plead with you that we need to move forward. I know that parties would want to introduce new issues, but we already have the footnote that indicates that this is not an exhaustive list. We'll have the chance to continue this discussion. So we just want to be able to focus and have a way of moving forward. So I hope that is agreeable. I see nodding in the room. Okay, Brazil.
Sorry, Chair, this is rather unfortunate. We did not in any way wanted to open the Pandora's box, but it seems it has been opened, and now that it has been opened, it's difficult to close. That's why we propose to delete the paragraph. We do not get into the substance of this discussion. We have heard many different views in this respect. We know how parties diverge in this respect. If we delete paragraph 2, then we do not get into the substance of discussion. We heard how important it is for many parties to specifically mention, specifically add the Nagoya Protocol if we were going that road of mentioning specific elements. So from our point of view, mentioning just one specific decision of the meeting of the parties of the Nagoya Protocol doesn't address this issue. So we revert to our original position and original proposal, and kindly ask the parties to consider deleting this paragraph. We will not get into agreement today on this. Thank you.
All right, Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I hear Brazil, and I fully get their rationale behind the proposal to delete. We can, if we were discussing and we were to agree on the scope of the convention and the Nagoya Protocol, we will still be here in 11 months' time. And we have work to do before that. So I would suggest just to delete in the interest of time, and also to respect the pragmatic decision we took in Montreal. Because it's a pragmatic decision, 15/9 is a pragmatic decision, where we inter alia decided to not discuss the scope and terminology. So let's respect that. Let's take a dramatic approach. Let's follow Brazil and delete. Thank you.
All right, so we've had two parties now, Brazil and Norway, proposing deletion of paragraph 2. Which party objects to deleting paragraph 2? Okay, so I'm looking at the list. If you object, then you can remain on the, but I just want to get us to move forward. Okay, Republic of Korea.
Okay, no, wait a minute.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we have 11 months to go to have this framework. And every time we are facing the deadlock, we have to look at something. And that something is the basis for this framework. And it's going to be Convention on Biological Diversity and Montreal GBF. And this is on 15/9. So I think this is the fundamental basis for our negotiation here. And I fully support, I cannot negate the fact, such as you proposed, Madam Chair, this is on 15/9 of conventional by CAF 15, and this is on something of something. I fully support the proposal made by you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we see that we still have some divergent views on this paragraph. So we are proposing to pause for 5 minutes, and my co-chair will facilitate a discussion between Brazil, Norway, UK, Argentina, Colombia, EU, and Togo. I saw that these were the parties that were interested in this issue, and please try to find a solution for us so we can move forward. And Republic of Korea. So 5 minutes, please, you can gather on that corner and come back with a solution. Thank you. We'll pause a bit, and I think the rest can have a short break.
Thank you, everybody. Madam Co-Chair, on behalf of the small group, I can confirm that the compromise position, for which I am extremely grateful, everybody compromised, the solution is to delete paragraph 2. Thank you, everyone.
I hope we won't make it a habit to delete everything we don't agree on, because we still need something to move us forward. So thank you very much for reaching that conclusion, and I think we can move forward. So I'll continue to open the floor. I remember I had a list of parties. Please just raise your flags again, and I request the floor again so that we can move to other elements. So if there are other elements in the CRP that you want to comment on, please be specific. Refrain maybe, if possible, from introducing new concepts that we haven't been discussing during the week, because we already have the footnote, just to help us to focus the discussion. So I have Brazil, Switzerland, then Cote d'Ivoire. Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. We just would like to flag that there is one element that was mentioned several times, and it's not present in this document, which is the idea of proportionality. There was a paragraph referring to that said contributions to the fund should be proportionate to the revenue generated from the use of DSI. And I understand many parties have concerns about that. I remember Egypt raising the question of what proportion it should be, but we still think that the idea of proportion should be contained in the document in some form. So our suggestion would be to rephrase this paragraph and put it in elements for further discussion, saying whether contributions to the fund should be proportionate to the revenue generated from the use of the DSI. That would be one proposal, and then we'd have 2 or 3 more comments on the rest of the document. I don't know if I should make it now or later.
Yeah, I think
they're really simple proposals.
Yeah, just go on, and then we'll take it one by one after you're done. So for the, just to be clear, for the proposal on the proportionate, where exactly do you want to be, in which cluster and under which paragraph, or is it a new paragraph?
It's a new paragraph.
Under cluster A?
Under cluster A, yes.
Okay, all right.
And on cluster B, we would, on paragraph 25, we would request that that second half of paragraph 25 be deleted, because we're not 100% sure about this statements there. We would not want to endorse them. I know this paragraph is under discussion, but we would like to reserve some time to go into these statements. I'm talking about the second half that starts saying, noting that there are only incomplete data available on geographical origin, and that at this time, etc. So if this second half, the first half would be as it stands, because we're not completely sure about how accurate these statements actually are. We'd like to have more time to reflect on that. And on cluster C, paragraph 26C, that refers to IPLCs, we would like to make a proposal just to reflect the language that it's in paragraph 21B, in the same vein, because it's both paragraphs have similar writing. No? So that we would propose to add at the end, the self-identified needs of IPLCs, women and youth, take into account their major contributions to the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. This is the same language used in paragraph 21B, just to balance. And on paragraph 33, we have 2 elements that I think could be added at the list of non-monetary benefits we had mentioned before, but were not included. One is exchange of human resources, materials, or technologies between developing countries, companies, and scientific, etc. So I can give you the formulation. And the second, it's establishment of technology-based joint ventures. This would be just additional elements, additional examples of non-monetary benefits to the list that's already there, and then we can have a further discussion on this regard. And that would be our comments. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Brazil. I must admit that when I said you could give all your comments. I didn't anticipate that it would be throughout the document. So maybe I would ask you to also repeat the proposal for cluster A, because we did not capture it clearly on the proportionate issue.
Yes, thank you. It's whether contributions to the fund should be proportionate to the revenue generated from the use of DSI. Whether contributions to the fund should be proportionate to the revenue generated from the use of DSI.
Yeah, thank you very much, Brazil. I think we'll reflect that proposal. Indeed, it was one of the issues that was in the document before. So we have taken note of that. And then your other comment was on, in our document, it's on paragraph 19B that you are referring that it gets reflected with what is in paragraph 26C to have consistency in how we are presenting these issues. And I think that will bring the consistency that is desired. And the final issue you have raised is on paragraph 25, to delete the last part, which starts with noting that there is incomplete data available. So we have taken note of that. I'll give the floor to Switzerland, and I think you can also, for the others that are taking the floor, you can comment specifically on paragraph 25, whether you object to the proposal to delete this last part. But I think for the other elements that Brazil mentioned, we'll not open them up for discussion because the initial issue was already in the document. We just did not include it, and the other proposal is just to have consistency in how we present issues on IPLCs. I'll now give the floor to Switzerland, followed by Cote d'Ivoire.
Thank you, Co-Chair. So I basically just quickly wanted to come back to my earlier comment on paragraph 33, because I think you then asked whether we would be fine with our insertion of the text as I made it before, also if the chapeau changes, and I just wanted to confirm that we still would make to make these amendments. Thank you very much.
Okay, Switzerland, just to be clear, is it to replace the last part or as part of the sentence? So your proposal was to still retain the last part or replace the last part? Maybe just if you could come back on your proposal that you had made earlier.
So the proposal was on paragraph 33, letter C, and it would read, the first part remains, making the product available in the public domain by taking into account all rights over the products or technologies.
All right, thank you, Switzerland. Okay, you can go ahead.
So you also asked on paragraph 25, if I'm correct, and so we would not support the deletion of the second part of this paragraph. So we would like to keep it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Switzerland, and for your comment. So for the next parties, please also comment on the proposal by Brazil to delete that part, and also the proposal by Switzerland that they have just made on paragraph 6. I have now Cote d'Ivoire.
I don't want to come back on that. I just wanted to say on 25 and 33. So it's different items that I wanted to. May I speak to those paragraphs, 25 and 33? Thank you very much. So C, cluster C, if I may. C, I understood that we were going to clarify under E which type of agencies we were going to have. We're going to specify that. So here when it says national agencies and institutions of research and academic institutions, I see that it now says including. Look, which types of national agencies and institutions are we going to have to evaluate? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cote d'Ivoire. Maybe just to be clear in paragraph 26E, what is the, maybe just to repeat your proposal. Cote d'Ivoire.
26E. 26E. So what I said yesterday was that we needed to talk about the needs of national agencies and institutions, research institutions. But that's not actually the change that has been made. What I see here is including. So it seems like national agencies and institutions are on the one hand, and then research and academic on the other. It's like they're two different things, right? So I want to understand I just want to be clear here. Thank you.
Thank you, Cote d'Ivoire. From the way it has been presented, we are saying the needs of national agencies and institutions, including research and academic institutions. So the research and academic institutions are part of the institutions that are being proposed. So like just highlighting some of those institutions. So it's not a separation, it's just an emphasis on some of those institutions that would be need to be considered. Maybe that's the clarification, you can think about it. I now give the floor to EU, followed by Chile. EU.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair. Perhaps first, as regards proposals, on the proposal from Brazil that concerns the word proportionate and the distribution, we can accept the addition, but we would propose to specify that this is not just a whether question, but also an how, or in this case, actually, whether and to what extent. So that would be our proposal for starting that new edition. And then two proposals of issues from our side. The first is on paragraph 4. At the end, it is about not replacing the need for new and additional means of implementation. In a way, that's not the entire story, because actually the Global Fund may provide some new and additional means of implementation. So for that reason, we would like to clarify that in the wording by replacing the words does not replace the need for, simply by can contribute to mobilizing. So the paragraph would read after including under Article 20 and can contribute to mobilizing new and additional means of implementation. This does not prejudge that we may need more new and additional means of implementation, but there may be a contribution. The second issue I'd like to raise is concerning paragraph 14. Paragraph 14 actually currently is not phrased as a question. We understood it was moved from the areas of convergence, but we would propose to start that paragraph 14 also with whether and how possible criteria for the scale of contribution could include, etc. And let me double check. I think these were all issues. For now, I think that's all.
20 directly.
Paragraph 20, yeah, it's, well, on paragraph 20, it's about the funding and how indigenous peoples and local communities can access funding. And there was actually a side event during the working group HA on this issue, and our understanding that it's not, at least not only, perhaps not even that much about direct access, but also being involved in the processes. So we would propose adding whether they should be able to access the funds directly and how they can be involved in the decision making. which is broadening it a little bit. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you, EU, and thank you for the suggestions on the questions. I think we have really been establishing a process in which we have been starting our questions with whether and how. So where we need whether and how, I think we'll do that because we have already done that for other questions. So I think that should not be an issue. We'll do that. And then you have also commented on paragraph 4 to replace and does not replace the need for a new and addition with can contribute to. And I think maybe you could consider that this paragraph already starts with the Global Fund should contribute to. So those issues somehow are covered there. And I think it's not, at the last part of the paragraph, I was trying to say something that is different from what you were proposing. So maybe if you could consider, because this was already a potential area of convergence, and we were hoping that we would have some wins under this section. So we are in your hands, EU, to have that win. This is the only paragraph that we converged on in this section. Yeah, I think the other comment on the Brazilian proposal on the proportionate, it was whether and how, and I think we can maintain that as a question. All right, thank you. We'll now go to Chile, followed by Togo.
Thank you, Co-Chair. We would like to express support for Brazil's proposal in Cluster A concerning the inclusion of the text on proportionality. We wonder whether this might not be included under number 14, but it's just a possibility. We'd also like to support Brazil's proposal regarding the deletion of the second part of para 25. We believe that indeed it is premature in our work for us to make an affirmation of this intent, as if we were going to be receiving a lot of information over the next few months. And if that is the case, then we would have time to see whether the situation is true or not. I'd also like a clarification on Switzerland's statement, please.
This is with regards to the proposal on paragraph 33E. Is that?
Creo que sí, que aumentó.
Yes, I think a text was suggested for addition to that paragraph.
Okay, I'll ask the Secretariat just to read again the proposal by Switzerland on paragraph 33C.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So with the amendment by Switzerland to paragraph 33C, the paragraph would read, making the product available in the public domain by taking into account all rights over the products or technologies. Thank you.
Me parece que la propuesta de...
Thank you. I believe that the proposal by Switzerland changes things. Here we have options on how other non-monetary benefits might be addressed. And this is a possibility. In other words, making the product available in the public domain without protection by intellectual property rights and technological restrictions. It's already an option. And I believe the proposal by Switzerland is changing these options. We'd like to keep the language as it is. Thank you.
All right, I'll just go back to Switzerland on this one. Would it be okay then, just to make sure that we have a way of moving forward, and also noting that this is an area already for further discussion, that we just make the paragraph shorter and making the product available in the public domain. And then we delete the list, knowing that we'll have time to go to these issues again later on. So I'm just proposing this to Switzerland. Okay, Switzerland.
Thank you. So that would be fine if we stop after public domain.
All right, thank you, Switzerland. I now give the floor to Togo, followed by Uganda.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Chair. If a compromise is already forming, then I won't touch it, but I just wanted to make a proposal, so I don't know if I should actually make it now, or the proposal from Switzerland is something that, well, we're saying that we're going to use, but then we're saying that there's reticence. So look, I think the point is here that we're trying to facilitate. So why don't we just say that facilitate in the public sphere, taking into account IP, intellectual property. But again, if the compromise has already been formed, then I'll step back. As I have the floor, I also wanted to say something with E. We talk about the preservation, conservation and sustainable use of genetic heritage. I don't know if we're talking about heritage or resources. Heritage or resources. If it's not resources, then maybe I need clarification on what genetic heritage is. And then if I may, 35, paragraph 35, if I may move on to that, there's a mention of access to DSI. Even though before we said use. So shouldn't we say, I'm talking about 5A. 5A. The interpreter apologizes. Unclear which paragraph.
Okay, Togo, is that all? All right, thank you, and thank you for supporting the compromised way forward for paragraph 33C. And I think along the way, I'll ask the parties that maybe proposed the paragraph that talks about genetic heritage to provide clarification along the way. Meanwhile, I'll just give the floor now to Uganda and then Brazil. Uganda.
Thank you, Co-Chair. This is paragraph 33A. We would propose to, after indigenous peoples and local communities, to put a comma and delete and, then mention traditional farmers, a comma, and then insert women and youth, because they are also holders of vast knowledge and innovations and practices that can help with the sustainable use of biodiversity. So proposing to include women and youth after farmers. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you, Uganda. I'll give the floor to Brazil, then Norway. Brazil.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to reflect on the Swiss proposal on paragraph 33C, and I think an acceptable solution. I will try. I understand the concerns of, or I think I understand the concerns of the Swiss delegation. So we might try to delete the second half of paragraph 33C, leaving just making the product available in the public domain, full stop. I hope this addresses Switzerland's concerns. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Brazil. And I think Swiss had indicated earlier on that they would also be able to go along with that. So thank you. I now give the floor to Norway, followed by Algeria. Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding 25, this seems to be on the where Brazil wanted to delete the second part of the para and Switzerland wanted to keep it. I think we can note, and I think that academia has made this statement several times, that the studies suggest they're only incomplete data and so forth. So I think it's in line with what academia has stated, but I think this is a matter for discussion, right? So to accommodate that, Brazil and also other delegation, my delegation would have to run through that as well. So we could note that current studies suggest there are only incomplete data available, because that should accommodate, I think, both views. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway, and I would request Brazil and Switzerland to think through that, and you can come back later to me with what you think on Norway's proposal, which I think is very constructive as a way forward. I'll give the floor to Algeria, then Indonesia.
Merci, Madame Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. So I'm going to say what I have to say in French. And then, okay, so allow me, if I may, to make this comment. At the beginning, I didn't understand the way that we were working. You gave a method of work, but then it seemed that speakers were changing the rules, and we had difficulty following the way. And now it seems like it's taking shape, just now only. And so I didn't really understand how the order was supposed to be followed, because it's been more than 20 minutes that I've been waiting to take the floor. I've been waiting for my turn, and I didn't have the opportunity to do so. So I think that countries should have an opportunity to react in real time, because the discussion evolves and we can't go in every single direction. Either we need to do paragraph by paragraph or by cluster, the entire cluster. So again, I have a problem with the methodology of how statements are being accepted, because each person is going off in their own direction and we don't have the time to react and to capture all of the suggestions of all of the differing parties. So forgive me for being slightly critical, but I just wanted to express it because I'm not exactly happy with how things have been going. Forgive me, but I had to be transparent with you, Madam. Now, let me move to the comments. I will come back to other points if necessary later on, but
Cluster C, and I will start on the para 26, 26D. In my understanding, yesterday the Africa position was to move this item in elements for further discussion, because we don't understand who are those stakeholders. For the para 27, so we would appreciate to mention each time there is capacity building to include development, as well as for technology transfer, if this possible, as we requested yesterday. For the para 28, the same comment. 28C, so we would like to see technology transfer and development. This is really a concern for us. So each time there is, I repeat it again, each time there is technology transfer, technology transfer should appear there. I joined the intervention of Ivory Coast regarding including research institution, the infrastructure, 28C, So as well as infrastructure, which kind of infrastructure? More precision seems to be important here. On which infrastructure are we talking about? Maybe research. We suggest research. Target 29. Capacity development. Capacity building, sorry, and development. Here, I would like to know if the listing of the beneficiaries have any priority, or it's just comes in this way. So for our understanding, the way the listing of these beneficiaries has no priority. Il n'y a pas d'ordre de priorité.
There is no order of priority. Sorry, I'm changing.
Okay. So we'll continue with cluster C and now move to the para 33. We prefer to keep the first language. And the suggestion to stop at public domain, for us, it's not really clear, as we are, so we need, for us, it's not, it doesn't reflect what it's expecting from the para 33. So as we know that the product available in public domain take a while to be in the public domain. So I don't, yeah. For this 20C, I think that we can move it for, try to reword or add something. So for the moment, I don't have a suggestion. 33, para 33E. So we support the statement of Togo. Well, I didn't yesterday hear any, maybe what I didn't capture it. So why we are adding the use of heritage, and also the para 32, in fact, speaks about platform or facility for capacity building and development on the SI. This will only help stream capacity building and how the use of the SI. This is not a benefit sharing of technology or capacity like, for example, vaccine manufacturing, which is developed using the SI. I think that capturing technologies and capacities that result from the SI is important. So this is just here to bring your kind attention that this is Africa request. I will finish, no worries. So you didn't give me. So I'm just keeping going on in this cluster, and I will be done in a few minutes. So for the para 34, how to achieve equity in research relationship, I don't know, the suggestion of the Egypt was to delete it completely because no explanation is given, and what will this bring to the non-monetary benefit sharing? So we don't understand, so we suggest as Africa to delete it. So even if it is in the element of that need further discussion. And I will end with the 36, whether the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources could serve as a trigger for non-monetary benefit sharing. So we suggest that whether the use of digital sequence information that will generate benefits. So here we would like to stress on the users, the use of the assets that will generate benefit rather to just focus on the SI. Thank you, Madam Chair. Merci, Madame la Co-Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair.
And all other colleagues.
All right, Algeria, thank you very much, and sorry that we kept you waiting. We were just hoping to be able to conclude on some of the issues that had risen, and so that we could have the structure, but we get your comments. We will try to, moving forward, frame better the way we approach. So I take it that the first comments are just to have consistency that everywhere we use capacity building, it should be accompanied and development. And you also want to see reflected technology transfer and technology development, as you had already suggested. With regards to paragraph C, the proposal to delete the last part was a way of finding compromise, and I think maybe if you, with your indentures, you could allow, because this is already in the areas for further discussion, so I think you should have an opportunity when we have that discussion. Paragraph 34, there's a proposal by Algeria to delete it. It's already in the areas for further discussion, so I think if there are any parties who feel strongly about this, they can raise the issue. And then finally, you have commented on paragraph 36, which initially was in section A and was proposed to be moved here by another party. And also you commented, I think just like Togo, on the clarification for genetic heritage on paragraph 33E. So we have taken note of your comments and your proposal to delete, and if we will not find any objections from the other interventions, then I think we'll decide the way forward on that. I hope we have managed to capture everything. I will now give the floor to Indonesia. Sorry, Indonesia, I think Algeria wants to take the floor again, okay. Maybe to clarify. Sorry, Indonesia, we'll give the floor first to Algeria.
So just to the 26D, about the stakeholders. 26D. That's we mentioned yesterday, that is for further discussion, please.
All right, thanks, that's noted. We'll move paragraph 26D to areas for further discussion. I'll now give the floor to Indonesia. Indonesia, maybe if you can.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. First of all, we would like to support Algeria's comment on the process. For us, we wouldn't mind to discuss it line by line, as it's a bit hard to follow, or at least section by section, perhaps. It will be a little bit more easier. So our comment would be first on section A. We think that the Brazil proposal has merit in this on this proportionality, because we think that proportionality is another word for fairness, and we don't think that it should be a problem to have it in section A. And two, on paragraph 20, on these funds directly or non-directly, since we don't want to, prejudice the discussion in the future negotiation, we would propose perhaps after directly we could say or indirectly, or indirectly, because in any event it will be discussed, this indirectness. We are not like we don't have like a decision to have it directly anyway. So for greater certainty, we propose that at the end of paragraph 20 we have and or indirectly. And on 25, part 2, we sort of agree that the second part is still a bit confusing for us, and we don't really support this issue, north-south issue. We would like to avoid this, so we support the deletion of the second paragraph, and we think it's enough. The first part of 25 is enough as a basis for our discussion. Maybe this global north-south will be referred or discussed anyway, but we propose not to include it. So we agree we support the proposal to delete the second part. And then on 32, I think this is also in line with our colleague from Africa and Algeria, I think. We also agree that the references to capacity building and technology usually are together. But perhaps we have a proposal to make the language more clear. Since this is a section about non-monetary benefits, so we propose the paragraph 32 would read as follows. Whether there is a need for a new platform or facility for sharing non-monetary benefits, such as technologies and capacities that are developed using the DSI on genetic resources and what the potential modalities would be. So the main revision is mainly in the beginning, the rest is similar. I hope it was noted already, or do I need to repeat again?
Yes, please.
Yes. Yeah. Whether there is a need for a new platform or facility for sharing non-monetary benefits, such as technology and capacities that are developed using, etc., 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 the rest is the same. The next comment from us is 333C. We believe that it is a good idea to delete this second part without protection of IPR, because I don't think we want to go there and discuss this in detail here. Perhaps we will discuss it later. But we think that the first part, which treats making the product available in the public domain, is enough for to trigger our discussion. That's it from Indonesia, Madam Co-Chair. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Indonesia. And also, thank you for your comments on the approach. Maybe we were too optimistic. When we were starting the process, we thought we would just get a few comments here and there. But we have taken your comments for our approach moving forward, and we have also taken note of your proposals on paragraph 20 to include indirectly. And I think this is already an issue for further discussion, and we wouldn't want to dwell much on that, so we'll include the proposal there, as it's already an issue for further discussion. And on paragraph 33, 32, we have also taken the comment to reword based on your proposal, and I think I would ask for any comments, but otherwise it's an issue for further discussion, so I think we should not dwell much on this. And also for agreeing with the previous proposal to stop paragraph 6 on domain, which is a welcome, and I think you have also commented on paragraph 25. Earlier on, I think there was a proposal from Norway to stop at incomplete data available, and I think it was supported by others on that part as well. All right, now I'll move to UK. I only have 3 countries on the list, and I hope that maybe this will help us to conclude and move to CRP3. So I have UK and then Japan.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I can hopefully be quick. Firstly, thank you to our colleague for Brazil about the reminder on the paragraph on proportionality. We're very happy to see that paragraph brought back in, and we would support the addition by the EU on the use of weather at the start of that. On paragraph 8, we want to make a small addition. So it would read, whether donors, including governments, should contribute to the fund, comma, for example, in its startup, and continue with the same text as is there. Shall I repeat that?
Yes, please.
So paragraph 8 would read, whether donors, including governments, should contribute to the fund, comma, for example, in its startup, and continue as it is. So it's the addition of for example. So that's paragraph 8. And then on paragraph 25, Norway pretty much took the words out our mouth. We had a very, very similar suggestion. So I think that is a helpful way forward. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you, UK. I give the floor to Japan, then Australia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On paragraph 25, we support Switzerland. The second half of paragraph 25 must be maintained. Because we hear same voices from our academia, there are only incomplete data available on geographical origin databases. So, and this second half of paragraph 25 is actually the basis in considering the whole question in paragraph 25. For this reason, we support Switzerland in maintaining the second half of paragraph 25. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Japan. And maybe just to indicate that we have a very good suggestion that we want to present for your consideration, specifically for Switzerland and Japan, who wanted to retain the last part. We are proposing that after derived on paragraph 25, to find a way forward, we could propose and to include taking into account the best information available regarding origin of data, so that we take into account the issues that you are indicating that the science has already informed us, and also find a way of keeping it more neutral without mentioning whether it's from the global north or from the global south, or whatever science would then also introduce to us. So I'll read it again. It will read, whether funding allocations should be based at least in part on the geographical origin of the genetic resources from which the digital sequence information on genetic resources is derived, taking into account the best information available regarding origin of data. So I'll request Japan and Switzerland to think about this, and maybe it's a good proposal to move us forward. Whilst you're thinking about it, I'll give this floor to Australia, then Togo. Australia.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. We've been a bit quiet in this session, listening to all of people. We can support your very clever text. We think that that's a nice solution, not that we have strong views on it, but we would absolutely support that text. We just wanted to make an observation that we seem to be prosecuting positions as part of the elements for discussion. We understand that, thank you to Brazil's footnote over the entire document, these issues will and can be prosecuted at any time throughout the process of the intercessional period. We've been discussing only clusters A and C for 3 hours now, and we still have clusters D and E and the report of the meeting, which includes the measures for interim meetings as well, which we want to get to. And I think that with that footnote, we need to keep it in mind that these are all issues for discussion that we can raise. Australia has many things we'd like to comment on, and we haven't, because we will prosecute them in these intercessional meetings. And I think that that's very important to make clear as we go into clusters D and E, because while I love my job, I would very much like to leave at a normal hour this evening. Thank you.
okay, there's a lot of support. So I only have, luckily, I only have 2 parties on the list, and I'll take those 2 parties, and hopefully I will be able to move to CRP3. And then I have one, okay, so Togo, then Indonesia, and those are my last parties. And I think with the intervention from Australia, I think everybody wants to move forward now. Thank you. Togo.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Togo also welcomes the idea of getting home soon, so we will try to facilitate the rapid conclusion of our proceedings. Para 27, Chair. I must say that I read the whole text, but I haven't understood much. And I realize it's because the text is very long. It contains many ideas. And maybe the Secretariat can help us to have a paragraph 27 bis. The first part would contain decision 15.8 of the Conference of the Parties about capacity building and technical or scientific components. And the second paragraph would be on needs assessment, strategy, and plans for biodiversity and technical and scientific cooperation on a regional or sub-regional basis aimed at assessing the efficiency of such provisions, the decisions under 27A. I hope I've made myself understood and that the Secretariat can help us split this paragraph in 2 sub-paras. Thank you.
Thank you, Togo, and I think this is more editorial than trying to introduce new elements into this paragraph. And I think this is one of those paragraphs that maybe I would beg your indulgence that if it's an editorial issue, we can look at it later on, based also on what Australia said, that we'll have more time to look at these elements in this paragraph based on the footnote that already guides us in that direction. So I'll give the floor to Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. First of all, we support Australia for the idea to get home as soon as possible. Two on 25, Madam Co-Chair, we totally agree that we have this footnote, which actually is helping us, and hopefully we can be more flexible in our decisions here. So it actually makes us even propose not to have this taking into account the best info available regarding origin data, Madam Co-Chair, even though your proposal it looks very promising, but we still would like to maintain, without not trying to prejudice the future negotiation. That's why we prefer the paragraph 25 to stop at genetic resources is derived, full stop. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair and colleagues.
Thank you, Indonesia. You were the last speaker, and we are going to move to CRP3. And before that, we had flagged a proposal to Switzerland and Japan to consider even the proposal we had made on this paragraph. I don't know if either Switzerland or Japan would like to take the floor, and maybe this will also help Indonesia as we find a way forward on this paragraph. If not, okay, I see Switzerland.
Thank you, Co-Chair. So we've reflected again on this second half of this paragraph, and so for us this is really very important information, and so we would like to keep the original one, but I think in the spirit of compromise, and also in, we understand that everyone wants to finish here once in a while, we could also go along with the proposal made by Norway, which we thought would be acceptable for us as a compromise. Thank you.
Which is to stop at noting that there are only incomplete data available, right? Oh, okay, sorry. So the proposal from Norway was noting that studies indicate that they are incomplete. Or maybe Norway would just repeat their proposal. Thank you. Norway.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So noting that current studies suggest there are only incomplete data. Thank you. So noting that current studies suggest there are only incomplete data, and then it would read as it does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And Switzerland can also accept that, Brazil as well. Let me just check with Indonesia. Okay, fine. So with that, I'll just consult a bit, and then we'll probably then move to CRP3 after that. Just a moment. Sorry for having so many breaks. We just want to make sure that we have captured the things the right way. We had quite a lot of interventions on paragraph 33, and we were just trying to check to make sure that we have captured all the elements on paragraph 33. So I'll just ask the Secretariat to read through paragraph 33, just to make sure everything is captured as such, and then we'll move forward to the next CRP3. Secretariat.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair. So paragraph 33, with the amendments that we have heard from the floor, would read as follows, and I will read the entire text as it will stand. Whether non-monetary benefits from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources could include the following, : subparagraph A, projects for the conservation or sustainable use of biodiversity or for the protection and maintenance of knowledge, innovations, or practices of indigenous peoples and local communities, traditional farmers, women and youth, preferably in the country of origin of the genetic resource that gave rise to the digital sequence information when identifiable. Subparagraph B, technology transfer and technology development. Subparagraph C, making the product available in the public domain. Subparagraph D, licensing of products free of charge. Subparagraph E, training of human resources in topics related to the conservation and sustainable use of genetic diversity or associated traditional knowledge. Subparagraph F, free distribution of products in social interest programs. G, establishment of national databases. H, promoting joint research partnerships. I, joint ventures. Full stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And just to also indicate that this is part of the areas for further deliberations, and we just wanted to make sure that everyone has understood the changes that were made, because there were quite a lot of interventions on this paragraph. Seeing that I don't have any more requests on the floor, I'll hand over to my co-chair to take us through CRP3. Thank you. Okay, so I see Togo.
Oui, Madame, c'est juste un peu.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to make a very brief comment. So we had suggested, with regard to 33E, instead of speaking of the genetic heritage, that we instead say genetic resources, because that is the concept that has been used since the very beginning. And I think that you kept still heritage here. And so, unless I'm mistaken, unless I misheard it. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think there was a change made. I'll just ask the Secretariat to read it again.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. And perhaps I should have highlighted the changes as I was reading the text of paragraph 33. Specifically for paragraph 33E, what I had read out was training of human resources in topics related to the conservation and sustainable use of genetic diversity or associated traditional knowledge, so diversity rather than heritage, but it could also be fine to say genetic resources as well. That would be up to the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Algeria.
Just on para, please, para 32, whether there is a need of, for a new platform or facility for capacity building and development using digital sequence information, and the rest remain the same. And regarding the question of Secretariat, whether they use the para 36, so please consider to remove generate benefit, as there is not agreement on that.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you, Algeria. I know you had made some interventions on paragraph 36. Thank you for the step back to move us forward. For paragraph 33, I hope that it's agreeable with Togo on the way that the Secretariat has read it, and which also clarifies maybe the issues that you had raised earlier on. I don't intend to take any more interventions on this document. I think we have all clarity on the changes proposed, and most of them are on the issues for further discussion anyway. So I'll hand over to my co-chair to take us through CRP3. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair, and thank you, everybody. The spirit of compromise is good. We are making good progress. I'm certain that we will conclude our work soon. I also want to thank parties who asked us to be clearer in the way that we are structuring the conversation. We're here to serve you, and feedback of that kind is always very welcome, and we will take it forward now. I'd like to start on CRP3 with paragraphs 1 through 10. 1 through 10. So that's areas of potential convergence under the governance subheading. Paragraphs 1 through 10. I'd like to collect your thoughts if you have any, and then I will take them paragraph by paragraph. Once we've collected the thoughts on 10 paragraphs, I will run through them and resolve them. So, any changes that we need to see made to paragraphs 1 to 10? Thank you. Belarus, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. I just have one amendment to 17. I'll read it in English, if I may.
Собственно говоря, в 10 пункте
10, para 10, where it says the multilateral mechanism must respect the rights of indigenous people and local communities over their traditional knowledge associated with genetic resources and genetic resources. It was proposed to also add and data related to them. Data related to them. So I would just repeat that so that you add that part, which is genetic resources and data related to it. Thank you.
Sounds like he's playing bingo.
Yeah.
Sorry, did you forget to turn off?
We'll return to it. I'd like to keep collecting any other comments on 11 through 22, and then we will come back to the suggestion from Colombia. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. On paragraph 14, we had an agreement on the small group that was convened during lunchtime. And that agreement was to read, paragraph 14 should read as follows. How to ensure the global fund is consistent with principles of inclusivity, comma, equity, comma, and transparency, full stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I knew I could count on our small group. Thank you very much. Wonderful. Any other reflections on 11 to 22? So we'll go back to paragraph 11, where there's a Colombian suggestion that at the moment, youth and women are included in subsection C, and I think the Colombian proposal is to ensure that youth is D and women is new E. I think that's very sensible. I don't think we need to discuss that. Thank you. I believe that there was a further discussion in a small group at lunchtime. We had sought clarification from a small group of negotiators about what was then paragraph 50. I wonder if I could ask for an update on what was then paragraph 50, but which I think is now paragraphs 12 and 13. Yes, Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I'm happy to convey the results of the small group. So just for ease, I'll still use paragraph 50, which there are no changes from the small group.
Please go on with the good news.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to be what's it called? Suspenseful. Suspenseful. Thank you, Indonesia. 51. No changes from the small group. Still being suspenseful.
It's a very efficient way of working in a small group, isn't it?
It is. So 51. There's a new 51 bis. Which the result from the small group is the following. Whether and if so, comma, how the work of the relevant advisory committees and advisory groups under the convention could be taken into account in the work of the open-ended working group of DSI, and vice versa. Stop. I can't read slower than that, sorry.
For the avoidance of doubt, Norway, is there more?
There is more.
Good, then please.
51 ter, which is a new para as well, reads, how to ensure that the global fund is consistent with principles of inclusivity, equity, and transparency, full stop. And this is the proposal Brazil was referring to earlier. Thank you.
So thank you, Norway. Thank you, everyone who was involved in that small group. I know you all would have had to have compromised, and we are very grateful for that spirit. Before I ask the Secretariat to read out the entire thing, can I check one area? Brazil spoke already on paragraph 14 and asked us to add "and transparency." That would leave "as well as other relevant principles" at the end of the sentence. That's deleted. Thank you. Right. So on that basis, can I ask the Secretariat, please, to repeat 51 bis and ter? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Co-Chair. So what is from CRP 3, paragraph 13 bis, reads as follows. Whether, and if so, how the work of the relevant advisory committees and advisory groups under the Convention on Biological Diversity could be taken into account in the work of the open-ended working group on DSI and vice versa. And then what would be 13, ter, reads, how to ensure that the Global Fund is consistent with principles of inclusivity, equity, and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat, and thank you to everyone. I saw no other requests for the floor on paragraphs 11 to 22. So I will move to paragraphs 23 and 24. So this is now cluster E, elements on which there is potential convergence, 23 and 24. Chile, you have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair. We would like to make a comment about the instrument that are there between parentheses. We understood that we will move to forums, but because we miss here WIPO, that we understood that we had an agreement on that. And in the case of, because here we are mentioning the International Treaty of Plant Genetic Resources, that is in FAO, but in FAO also we have the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture that make a very broad work on genetic resources for food and agriculture. So I think will be, or we change to FAO and these agencies, or we add the Commission, please, and WIPO. Thank you.
Thank you, Chile. That's very helpful. So there was a long discussion earlier, wasn't there, about forums. The compromise proposal that the co-chair and I suggested is to read paragraph 24 with paragraph 32, which reads, whether any coordination and cooperation with other forums should also include UNESCO, WIPO, and possibly others. And building on your suggestion there, it could be possible to add the FAO to paragraph 33. Would that be acceptable, Chile?
I would like to add also the Commission in the work that is in the between parentheses.
Thank you, Chile. 1 second. Thank you, Chile, and thank you to the Secretariat for helping me there. So, paragraph 24 states there needs to be ongoing coordination with the forums that are considering benefit sharing. My understanding is that the Commission of the FAO are considering benefit sharing. So my proposal is to go with Chile's suggestion and add that to the section in brackets. parenthesis. Thank you. Can I, just a show of hands, does anyone object to the adding of the Commission of the FAO to the section in brackets, in parenthesis? Goodness me. No objection. We will do that. Thank you very much, everybody. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Please do not scare us again mentioning brackets at this late hour. And concerning, I think there's a factual statement in here four that are considered in which this issue is being discussed, in which people ask in plenary to speak about this. No, so it's factually correct to say that WIPO, this theme is being discussed in WIPO. So I don't really see what's the problem of including WIPO in here, because DSI is part of the discussions. It has been mentioned during the official negotiations. Some people against it, some people for, but it's part of the discussion. So we cannot, and this will not change just because we ignore WIPO. You know, it is ongoing. So I think it's just a matter of accepting reality. No? So my suggestion is just to leave WIPO in the vein that Chile proposed. And I hope this is acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Show of hands. Do I see an objection to the reference of adding WIPO to paragraph 24? Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair. So we also raised this point before. So in our view, if the WIPO would be included here, then it doesn't fit together with the rest of this paragraph, because we're here talking about benefit sharing from the use of digital, or forums that are considering benefit sharing, and in our view, this is not the case with WIPO. But we also made a suggestion earlier that we could change the formulation in a way that it also includes, how did I phrase it? Like other forums that are considering benefit sharing from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources or related issues. I think it was something along these lines. But I also don't really see the issue now with the current text that we have proposed here in CRP3, because the WIPO is, obviously it's not an issue where we have convergence, and so it is mentioned in the issues for further discussions. So I don't really see a problem here. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. Brazil, on the basis of that explanation, and in the spirit of moving us forward, I mean, I'm very, very, very reluctant to have a repeat of the conversation that we had this morning. Is there any flexibility in your position? Would it be possible, given that WIPO is clearly reflected in the document, to move forward on the basis that it's included in paragraph 32? Floor to Brazil, please.
Thank you, Chair. Again, it's not a matter of my opinion, it's a matter of fact. I mean, this issue is being discussed by WIPO, and we can try to ignore it, but it won't change reality. So as a compromise, we could go with the proposal by the Swiss colleague to say and related issues. I think it would be broad enough, because certainly there's a lot of discussion on WIPO concerning disclosure of origin, whether DSI is included or not, and this can have impacts, relevant impacts for our discussion sometime. This is happening. So if the Swiss colleague is willing to keep his proposal, I think it would be the best way forward and the most accurate. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. That's very helpful. So I think on the basis of that compromise, we'll move forward. So we will add so there needs to be ongoing coordination and cooperation with the other forums that are considering benefit sharing from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources or related issues. And then in parentheses, we will add the FAO Commission and we will add WIPO. Thank you very much. So we're looking, I'm still in the section elements on which there is potential convergence, paragraphs 23 and 24. I'll take the DRC. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Chair. I just have, for para 23, a couple of comments. I would like to propose that we add systems after approaches, because what we see in the title is relation to other approaches and systems, so perhaps systems in 23. Thank you.
Thank you, DRC. I think we can accept that. That's a helpful textual amendment. Morocco, you have the floor. Or DRC, sorry, do you want to keep speaking?
Oui.
Yes. I proposed that we add systems after approaches, existing approaches, then we add systems.
Oui.
Yes. So when you read para 23, depending on the final model adopted, the multilateral mechanism could learn from a number of existing approaches and systems, or existing approaches and systems. The proposal is for the addition of and systems. I think that's a great idea, says the chair. Thank you, says the delegate.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry my French is not better. Morocco, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. I will now go back to my comments that I made earlier relating to para 23. So we said, depending on the final model adopted. It's not quite clear what are the types of models that are envisaged. Can we say, depending on the final models, either X or Y, and then we can add the part about the could learn. Because the thing is, it's not clear which final model will be adopted. What are the hypotheses for potential final models? Maybe we need to separate them with a couple of commas, for example. Thank you very much, Co-Chair.
Thank you, Morocco. I'm reluctant to get into listing models, especially when it relates to an outcome on digital sequence information. But I take your point. We'll reflect on it further. Togo, you have the floor.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't want to extend the debate on para 24, but I do have a proposal. There are two levels of coordination and cooperation. One on the fora, and the other on mechanisms. So in 24, I think that we should put the organizations in 32. When we talk about international organizations, we're talking about genetic resources. So who's coordinating that? So for example, the WHO, for example, we could say, what is the relevant part of it? For example, is it the IHR or? And then we can put that in 32. In 32, where we have coordination and cooperation with other forums. And we could put the institutions there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Togo. It's a helpful reflection. I think we've struck quite a careful compromise on 24 that I'm reluctant to lose. Are you able to accept the text as it stands?
OK. Dans un esprit de compromis, nous soutenons la première proposition. Merci.
Thank you, Togo. We'll come back to the Moroccan suggestion on 23, but first I'd like to hear from Korea. Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The inclusion of WIPO here, if I have a correct recollection, the WIPO, the 2019 chair's text does not mention the beneficiary at all about the DSI. That's my recollection. And second one is I would like to the clarification on the FAO Commission. Does it stand for CGR FA of FAO? So I would like to the full name of CGR FA. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
A very good point, Korea. And Secretariat, how would the suggestion to refer to the FAO Commission be reflected in 24?
Thank you, Co-Chair. I believe in 24, maybe after the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, we would add, comma, the Commission on Plant Genetic Resources. The Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, apologies, of the FAO.
One more time.
The Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture of the FAO. Good, thank you.
Thank you. Korea, I think that the spirit of the intervention made by a number of colleagues earlier about WIPO was, and I won't comment on whether it's in the chair's summary of the 2019 conversations, but I think that the spirit of our exchange earlier was that it is being raised at WIPO. I think that the inclusion of the Swiss compromise or related issues gives us a little bit of flexibility in terms of whether it's being formally considered. So I wonder if on that basis you'd be able to accept the inclusion of WIPO there. Microphone to Korea, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I can save your life here again too.
I doubt it will be the last time, Korea. Thank you very much. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Korea's recollection is right. We understand WIPO does not discuss benefit sharing. So from the beginning, we had a concern to include WIPO in this context, in this CRP from the beginning. However, with the spirit of compromise, if it is referred to in the related issues, we could accept it, but we still, on the basis of this concern to treat WIPO in this way in this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Your spirit of compromise and flexibility is well noticed. I'd like to quickly come back to paragraph 23 with a proposal to handle Morocco's concerns about the depending on the final model adopted. I'd like to suggest that we be slightly more specific. I think it's a good suggestion from Morocco. So it would read, depending on the final form of the multilateral mechanism, and then it would say the multilateral mechanism could learn from another. So it's being very specific. depending on the final form of the multilateral mechanism. My concern about trying to be any more specific than that is that we will be having a negotiation about the form of the multilateral mechanism, and I don't think we should start that this evening. Morocco, could that be acceptable to you? Floor to Morocco, please.
Oui.
Yes, yes, with pleasure. And of course, there will be other deliberations after this. It will be much clearer, and then everything will be clearer and easier then. Thank you.
Thank you, Morocco. Togo, you have the floor.
Yes. On the naming of the Genetic Resources Convention, I think it's, I just want to clarify, what is the exact title?
Thank you, Togo. You mean in paragraph 24? Yep. Yeah.
Tout à fait.
Indeed, indeed.
So the full name, thank you, Togo. The full name of the commission is the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture of the FAO.
Is that well understood, colleagues? Good. So we'll move on to the last section. Comments, please, on paragraphs 25 through to 32, noting these are areas for further discussion, and we have the very helpful footnote at the start of the document. So 25 to 32, European Union, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We would like to raise two issues. The first one is in paragraph 25. In line with a couple of other paragraphs, we would like to start this paragraph with whether, comma, and if so, how to establish, to be clear where we stand on this issue, and we would be very interested to having the discussion and understand better what the interforum would be and how it could do, but that's not for tonight. And then the second remark is on paragraph 26D. We found it a bit difficult to understand, and it could be misunderstood. So we would propose a simplification. Our understanding that we actually want to discuss arrangement for preventing jurisdiction shopping. We think that's the key element in this indent, and a lot of words complicate the reading of it. So we would propose to simplify and simply say whether arrangements would need to be put in place to prevent jurisdiction shopping. I think all the other words are not necessary and add confusion rather than clarity. So if that's the key issue, that would be our proposed shortening. Perhaps I repeat. So it would read whether arrangements would need to be put in place to prevent jurisdiction shopping. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, European Union. I'll save time. I think on 25 we will accept that change. That's in the spirit of everything we've been talking about, adding whether and how. We'll come back to 26. I'll give the floor to Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We have a comment on paragraph 26D, actually jurisdiction shopping. This is a behavior of users, and this wording, jurisdiction shopping, is not quite formal, does not quite fit here. If we need to mention about such a behavior of users, we could use some more formal way in the proper word. I know such behavior exists, but jurisdiction shopping, it is too casual, so probably we are uncomfortable with this wording. On paragraph 27, after Article 15.1, we suggest we should add Article 15.7 altogether, because Article 15.7 stipulates that sharing shall be upon mutually agreed terms. So if we refer Article 15.1, we should also refer to Article 15.7 in the same way. So that is the correct way of wording. On paragraph 28, all biodiversity, as we stated yesterday, all biodiversity is so vague. We don't know what it means. All biodiversity is so vague, does not quite fit in this kind of documents. We propose the deletion of all biodiversity from paragraph 28. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. So colleagues, we'll come back to each one of those comments in turn. So I'll keep gathering. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We are still reviewing the new comments by many colleagues. But before that, perhaps I just wanted to reconfirm the footnote 5, Mr. Co-Chair, of the title. Is it supposed to say were considered or were not considered? Because if it is were considered, maybe we don't need this footnote.
I'm afraid it's meant to say were not considered.
Okay.
Were not considered.
Okay, okay. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Indonesia. A helpful clarification. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair. So I have 2 comments. Just because we are now running through the comments, and or should I already comment on others? Okay. So I have 2 comments. The first one on paragraph 26A. I think here we should also amend the formulation, because if we are starting the sentence with how to ensure that any such model be designed in a way to meet the criteria, then this already somehow preempts that these models could be or could fulfill these criteria. And so we would rather formulate it as whether any such models could be designed in a way to meet the criteria, just to be consistent across the whole document. And then also regarding letter D in the same paragraph, so for us this was really confusing when reading this text. It also seemed to be somehow contradictory to the multilateral mechanism, because it's somehow, on the one side we are establishing a multilateral mechanism, and then we're kind of putting some, we want the people to use the bilateral arrangement. So for us this is not really logical, and so we would suggest to completely delete this element here. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. Colleagues, we're nearly there. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I had the opportunity to raise an issue during the small group discussion today. Initially, we wanted to finish all the documents in the small group, but to let the, yeah, we didn't. But one issue that our stakeholders raised in the government consultations was the issue of future-proofing and artificial intelligence. I have a suggestion for 32 bis, which would read, how to ensure the mechanism is future-proofed and captures, comma, inter alia, comma, the results of artificial intelligence applied to DSI. Full stop.
Thank you, Norway. That's clear. We will repeat it when we come back to it. So thank you, Norway. That's very helpful. We've captured that. United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So looking at paragraph 25, and just thinking back to paragraph 24, where we do converge on the idea that there needs to be ongoing coordination and cooperation. I wonder whether actually we do need to include what seems to be our favourite phrase, whether and if so how, and it could be reformulated. Paragraph 25 could be reformulated to read as follows: how to best facilitate coordination and cooperation among the forums considering DSI on genetic resources, such as the option of establishing an interforum body or process. So that would be a proposal for 25. Let me know if you would like me to read that again.
Thank you, we have it.
Great. And then going down, paragraph, let me see, 26E. I'm not very familiar with the term disbenefits. Perhaps others are in the room, but it's not very clear to me. Perhaps advantages and disadvantages might aid understanding there. Thank you. On F, this point is actually picked up almost exactly the same in paragraph 21 of CRP2. And that paragraph reads, whether or not countries that require, through national legislation, benefit sharing from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources in international public databases should also receive benefits from the multilateral mechanism. So it feels very repetitive. Maybe that's not a problem, but I think maybe there could be some streamlining. And then paragraph 32, now that we've addressed WIPO further up with the amendments, then perhaps we don't need to include it here. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, UK. Columbia, are you reacting to, no, you've got a new idea. Okay, come in, Columbia.
No, I mean, following the line from the UK regarding, for example, these benefits, I'm not really sure if maybe that is some clarification. Again, on the paragraph, on the 26C, there is also whether the risk of double payments is significant and or problematic. Double payment would be problematic. I don't know, the wording leaves it open that sometimes double payment is good, but I don't know if maybe I'm just misinterpreting. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Columbia, that's helpful. So, 1 second. Thank you, colleagues. So, paragraph 25, a suggestion to add whether and if so how at the beginning, we won't discuss. A suggestion from the UK to add at the end of the sentence, such as the option of establishing an interforum body or process. Do I see any objection? Thank you. The paragraph 26, 26A, I think the suggestion was to start whether and how to ensure that any such models be designed in such a way. Is there any objection to that, adding whether and at the beginning of 26A? Thank you. Columbia has asked a question about 26C. Seeking clarification on 26C. I think my understanding is that it's a relatively well understood concept, but I might be wrong. Are other colleagues comfortable with the wording of 26C? I think, Columbia, would you be able to accept it as it stands?
I mean, to move things forward, I mean, it's further discussion, so yeah.
Thank you, Columbia, but your point is well made that in future we have to be very careful that everyone's using these terms in ways that we all understand. So I think that point is well made. Thank you, Columbia. 26E, we will change to the advantages and disadvantages of using such models. South Africa, you've raised your flag. Are you intervening on paragraph 26?
I'm going back to 25, my apologies.
No apologies, but we will come to you in 1 second. Thank you. So let's look at 26D, where there's been two concerns raised. One is about the legitimacy of using the wording jurisdiction shopping, and the other is about the sentence being quite complex. So there's a proposal from the European Union whether arrangements would need to be put in place to prevent jurisdiction shopping. Do I see any objection to us moving forward with that wording? It's clearer, shorter. Good, thank you very much. And the UK has pointed out that paragraph 21 of CRP2 is very similar to 26F. So UK, is your proposal that we could delete 26F on that basis? Can we give the mic to the UK, please?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Yes, on that basis, I think it could be deleted.
Thank you, UK. Do I hear an objection to deleting 26F? Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair. So for us, this point is very important. I think we really want to keep this for the further discussion. I mean, it's not a point that we have yet agreed to, but in the context of these hybrid models that we are discussing here in this paragraph 26, for us it is very important because such hybrid mechanisms could largely increase the complexity of benefit sharing, and so this could be one way that we could ensure that there may be no overlaps of national mechanisms or national systems with the multilateral mechanism, and we think that's really a valid point that we want to keep here, and it's also somehow here in a different context than in the other cluster. So for us, it would be, the idea is really to keep it in both places, so it's no duplication. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. UK, could you be flexible in this regard?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and thank you to Switzerland as well. Yep, absolutely, we can be flexible in this. It's an important paragraph for us as well. We were just trying to streamline the text. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. Please can I give the mic to South Africa to intervene on 25?
Thank you, Chair. 25 was a question that came to us. We answered the question with a solution. We understand that it still needs discussion. Now we are going back to asking how best to facilitate. It's not that we should ask how best to facilitate, but whether the interforum could be the body, and that would be then to coordinate. So, yeah, I think that it just needs to be clear that the interforum is a proposed solution, and that it already is something that we need to discuss further, and not how to best facilitate the interforum or the coordination. Sorry.
No. So if I've understood correctly, South Africa, your concern is that the wording is prejudging the establishment. Is that right?
No.
No, I'm sorry. Try again.
That the wording is sort of nullifying it.
Thank you, South Africa. I understand. I think if I read the room correctly, there is not yet agreement that the body should be established. So I think we've tried to cover both sides of the discussion by starting the paragraph with whether, and if so, how. So that means there still will be consideration given to the how of the establishment of the body, and then on the other side, there will still be consideration given to whether a body is needed at all. So that's an attempted compromise. I wonder if you could accept that, South Africa. Thank you very much. Thank you, South Africa. I'm working through paragraphs. Togo, I see you, and I will come to you in one moment. Do you want to intervene on 25 or 26, Togo?
Both actually, co-chair, both of them, if I may, both quickly. So for 25, we would like to better understand if this interforum body, which type of forum, have you identified it? Maybe there's discussions in that forum could then look at the relevance of creating an interforum process. And then for 26, forgive me, says the speaker, 26F. So I have a proposal, but it's the same type of idea here, but what I'm proposing, I think, is a little bit clear language, if I may read it. Instead of starting with the negative at the beginning, maybe we can start the other way around. So let me read it. The parties, if it were appropriate for the parties that do not have measures on DSI, they should benefit from the mechanism to the same extent. The interpreter would request that the speaker repeats the proposal. Interpreter requests that the speaker repeats his proposal.
Thank you, Togo. There's a request from the interpreters, please, to repeat the new wording in 26F. Thank you. Mic to Togo, please.
Okay, je reprends.
I will repeat. Where would be appropriate for parties that do not apply national measures on DSI, on genetic resources, they should benefit from the multilateral mechanism similarly or to the same extent as those that do. So interpreter clarification, it's removing the not and putting it at the beginning of the sentence. Is it clear? Asked the speaker.
Thank you, Togo. It is clear. I think we're very close to consensus on the text in 26F, and I deeply appreciate the intent behind the intervention, but I wonder if it might be acceptable to you to keep the text in 26F as it stands. Would that be acceptable, Togo?
Yes. For me, I think that if we look at the Nagoya Protocol, also mentions this. Most countries that have ratified the Nagoya Protocol naturally in their national systems take into account the issue of DSI. So the exception would be those who are not part of the Nagoya Protocol. They're the exception. So if there were to be some sort of punishment, quote unquote, then it should be for those that are not party to the Nagoya Protocol. So it's the same idea, but there's a slight nuance with regard to the first formulation, the first wording. So just to take into account the fact that some have ratified and others have not ratified that protocol.
Thank you, Togo. Your point is well understood. We have a drafting proposal for the room to consider on 26F. Thank you.
So one possible solution that would not suggest that one is better than the other, and to put them at the same level, would be whether it would be appropriate for parties that do and those that do not operate national access and benefit sharing measures on DSI on genetic resources to benefit from the multilateral mechanism to the same extent, full stop. So that we put the two options at the front at the same level, rather than suggesting that one is better than the other or the norm. Thank you.
Do I see any objections to that proposal from the Secretariat, which is attempting to respond to Togo's point by, if you like, equalizing, creating a level playing field? Thank you very much. That's very helpful. So I'm going to move on to paragraph 27, where there was a suggestion to include articles 15.1 and 15.7 of the Convention. So add a reference to 15.7. Is there any objection to that? Korea, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Korea supports the proposal made by Secretariat with regard to the paragraph 26F, but however, I would like to make it correct that the Nagoya Protocol does not say anything about digital sequence information in the text of the Nagoya Protocol. And second, with regard to the Article 27, Korea wants to be very cautious about making specific reference to specific article in convention or Nagoya or protocol. Here, especially the multilateral mechanism is consistent with Article 15.1 of the convention. Consistent, Korea does not feel comfortable with this expression. So Korea would like to suggest how to ensure that the multilateral mechanism is helpful to Article 15, paragraph 1 of the convention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Korea. I wonder if we could compromise here with the wording whether and how to ensure that the multilateral mechanism is consistent with Articles 15.1 and 15.7 of the Convention. So whether and how to ensure that the multilateral mechanism is consistent with Articles 15.1 and 15.7 of the Convention. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, but I don't think it's appropriate whether or how, because we're talking about the article that mentions the sovereign rights of states of their genetic resources. So we do not want to give that signal. And we're not talking only about contributing or helping, we're talking about respecting basic rights. You have mentioned the convention. And I would also like to recall that this element is in the session for further discussion, so it shouldn't really be a problem. So we accepted, already mentioned that Japan had suggested to include Article 15.7, and so we appeal to the parties to maintain it as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I think in that spirit, I think I'm going to beg Korea's indulgence, and I think I'm going to suggest that we keep the language as it stands, how to ensure that the multilateral mechanism is consistent with Articles 15.1 and 15.7 of the Convention. I think there's a consensus around that. It's covered in the areas for further work, and we have a footnote which I think is quite clear that this does not prejudge any future positions. I'm going to move on. Korea, you're asking for the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have exercised the maximum flexibility about the tricky issues so far. However, this cannot be the point. I cannot give up my position here. So I could go along with the proposal made Mr. Chair, whether and how to ensure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So thank you, Korea. I completely recognize the amount of flexibility you've shown, and that is very, very welcome. I think the point is that we have to design, when we design a multilateral mechanism, it will necessarily have to be consistent with the convention. So I think I'm struggling slightly to understand why it's a challenge to accept that we have to ensure that the multilateral mechanism is consistent with Articles 15.1 and 15.7 of the Convention. Can you explain a little bit more?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I have explained, in many cases that DSI, of course, every country has the sovereign rights over their natural resources according to the Article 15, paragraph 1. However, we are now dealing with the this sequence information, which, even though we have divergent views, which is or is not within the Convention on Biological Diversity. And that's why Korea is cautious and hesitating to have this specific article. However, as I told you, I could go along with the proposal made by Mr. Chair, whether and how. Thank you.
Thank you, Korea. Brazil, can you show any flexibility on whether and how at the beginning of 27? Thank you, Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really listening attentively to the Korean colleague to help to find a solution, but really, I don't think there are many interpretations possible. If you're saying whether or not the multilateral mechanism will be consistent with Article 15.1, you are leaving open the option that will not be consistent with Article 15.1. And we cannot simply entertain the possibility that the mechanism will not be consistent. Whether presupposes an alternative, right? Yes or no? Correct me, please, if I'm wrong, but it's binary, yes or no. Is it consistent with Article 15.1 or is not consistent with Article 15.1? So if you're saying whether, we are leaving open the possibility that the mechanism will not be consistent with Article 15.1. I mean, that's real, crystal clear, at least to me, and I hope it is to all parties. So I really don't see how can we have another way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil. Korea, unless you're able to live with the text as it stands, I wonder if we could suggest an alternative. How to ensure that the multilateral mechanism does not run counter. So does not run counter to Article 15.1 and 15.7. Is that acceptable to Korea? Mike to Korea, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, let me explain.
Korea, I'm sorry to interrupt. Yes. Is it acceptable, Korea?
No, Mr. Chair, because after I heard the explanation made by my good friend, the Brazil delegate, my understanding about Article 15 of the Convention on Biological Diversity is envisioning the bilateral mechanism. However, we are now talking about the multilateral mechanism. It's different.
So, Korea, thank you. This is our last substantive point of disagreement. We have 2 minutes of interpretation time remaining. I wonder if there's any possibility you can show flexibility or propose a solution that will work based on the views you know exist in the room. Thank you, Korea. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We don't have time for this. After all, this is going to be for further discussion. If we are going for further, we don't have to argue about the language or the contents, whatever. Either we take it as it is or we even delete it, because in the future, we still have many things to do. So we don't have time to just discuss whatever is in 15.1 or 15.7. This is not the issue now. Thank you.
Thank you, Egypt. Colombia, you have the floor. Do you have a proposal?
In the interest of time, we had either the option to remove the text of 15 and just mention the convention in general, that it should align with the convention in general, or just to remove it entirely. We could go either way.
Thank you, Colombia. Does anyone object to removing it entirely? Absolutely. Does anyone object to the proposal how to ensure that the multilateral mechanism is consistent with the convention?
The interpretation service is now ending. Thank you. Have a nice night.
I see no objections. I think there was one final proposal, if you'll indulge me, from Norway, 32 bis, how to ensure the mechanism is future-proofed and captures inter alia the results of artificial intelligence applied to DSI. Do I see any objection to including that paragraph? How to ensure the mechanism is future-proofed and captures inter alia the results of artificial intelligence applied to DSI. I see no objection, but I see Brazil requesting the floor, I think, for a point earlier. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry to come back to that, but I mean, just to read Article 15.1, recognizing the sovereign rights of states of their natural resources, the authority to determine access to genetic resources rests with the national government and is subject to national legislation. Full stop. No mention to bilateral arrangements or anything. However, we're talking about the very backbone of the Convention on Biological Diversity. And that was more than 30 years ago. Are we really discussing that? In this particular provision is under discussion for further issues, so I would really like to kindly ask our distinguished colleague Concordia to reconsider his position. Come on. And since I have the floor, and please indulge me, and speaking of paragraph 28, I would also request to be deleted what's in between parentheses, voluntarily or otherwise, because I certainly hope that no one is pretending to impose anything against the national will of countries. So it doesn't make any sense, voluntarily or otherwise, and I hope no one objects this. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I'm happy to accept that change to 28 on the face of it. Korea is asking for the floor. Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I happy to hear the enthusiasm about Article 15 of the Convention. I think we have to read the full text of the Article 15, paragraph 1. Of course, it starts with recognizing the sovereign rights of states over their natural resources, and nobody argue about that. However, after that, the authority to determine access to genetic resources. We are not here talking about DSI, rests with the national governments. So it is the default mechanism of convention is bilateral mechanism. We have agreed many times in the decision of the COP since the inception of Convention on Biological Diversity. I would like to find those decisions, many decisions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Korea. So, colleagues, I think that completes our reading of CRP 3. Thank you. We have to make a very short presentation to you all about the proposals for intercessional work that we discussed yesterday. I promise we will be brief, and then we will pause. I'll hand over to my co-chair. Yeah, very good. I'll hand over to my co-chair.
All right, we really need to at least present the report on what we discussed yesterday on the options for intercessional work. We can see from the discussion that there is indeed the need to have intercessional work to clarify most of the issues. So as you might recall, late yesterday, we held our fourth contact group to discuss options for intercessional work, chaired by my co-chair and I. The outcome was presented to the Bureau this morning. The outline of intercessional work is presented in the L document prepared as the report of the CAO. The plan for intercessional work that was endorsed by the Bureau this morning consists of the following three modalities. Number one, information sharing. As necessary, the co-chairs and the Secretariat will provide information on the process through information webinars open to all upon registration. This could include introduction of meeting documents and introduction of the peer review of the drafts of the commissioned studies. So under information sharing, the second issue will be the Secretariat will make available to respond to requests of regions, parties, to provide information on the process at any time. So this first process is not new to the Secretariat, and the contact group welcomed its continuation and renewed focus. The second option, the second modality is on informal advisory group. This is building on the experience of the Working Group 2020. Co-chairs had an informal advisory group, and taking the lessons learned from the running and feedback from that work, an open-ended information advisory group will provide a good opportunity for technical discussion amongst parties, IPLCs, and other stakeholders. And these discussions will hopefully contribute to moving forward some of the elements, especially elements on which there is need for further discussion. We have seen that we have such a long list in our CRP documents, and which will be part of the annex to the report of this meeting. So we'll have also those elements as an annex to the report of this meeting, and these will be some of the issues that will be considered under the informal advisory group. And the contact group, recording the positive experiences of the informal advisory group on DSI from the last intercessional period, received this proposal positively. And after some clarifications and discussions yesterday, the contact group had agreed on high-level rules. The first was open to the participation of all parties, two people per party per meeting, and one would be the main participant who would be expected to come to every meeting. So this was one of the issues that came out. The second was, in addition, a limited number of representatives of IPLCs, non-party governments, and stakeholder groups from academia, business, civil society, databases, and as other relevant stakeholders would be able to participate. And the composition of the group will also strive for regional and gender balance. Thirdly, additional experts may be invited by the co-chairs to present information which might be shared openly. 4, the IAG would meet online for sessions of up to 3 hours as needed, but not more than once per month. A rotation of times of the meeting will help to share the burden of different time zones. I think this issue came up. And then at the first meeting of the IAG, the co-chairs will present a proposed program for a series of meetings, which will be updated from time to time. Clear rules of engagement will be presented to the group and agreed upon by its participants. And finally, the IAG should be managed as a place of real exchange and dialogue, not just a series of webinars, and will operate in an agile and flexible way. So these were the elements and rules that were agreed for the IAC as another modality for intercessional work. The third modality for intercessional work that was presented is on the informal consultations to be facilitated by the co-chairs. So for these ones, the co-chairs could hold a series of regional consultations online with a view to facilitating informal exchange of views on relevant issues. The commission studies also will be opened for peer review, and the co-chairs could facilitate online discussions to support the peer review of the drafts of the commission studies. This third proposal, proposed modality for the intercessional work, was also welcomed by the contact group. The outcomes of this intercessional work will be contained in a co-chair's report on the outcomes of intercessional work. And this follows the reporting methodology from the last IAC on DSI, which was well received by parties and stakeholders at that time. So the intercessional work just described will be included in the text of the report of this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Co-Chair. There will be a short pause while we prepare the LDocs, or the Secretariat, I'm sorry, prepares the LDocs. And while the dais is rearranged, we will reconvene for plenary at 8 p.m. Thank you all very much.
So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So just to inform you, the L document is online and we will reconvene very shortly.
Distinguished delegates, welcome back to the plenary of the first meeting of the ad hoc open-ended working group on benefit sharing from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources. You have worked very hard over the past few days. Many of you worked very intensively for several days in a row. I wish to congratulate you on your collective perseverance. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start this plenary with agenda item 3 on issues for further consideration set out in the annex to decision 15/9. As you recall, we established a committee of the whole to consider our main substantive agenda item. We tasked Ms. Mufaso Kalamba of Malawi and Mr. William Lockhart of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland as co-chairs for this committee. With their leadership and dedication, we are very delighted to see much progress has been made. If I may say so, without your tirelessness, we cannot come this far. Thank you for guiding us to here. Allow me now to give the floor to the co-chairs of the Committee of the Whole to report to the meeting on the outcome of the deliberations on the substance of agenda item 3. Co-chairs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of my co-chair, I am pleased to provide a report on the work undertaken by the Committee of the Whole. The Committee of the Whole was mandated to consider item 3 on issues for further consideration as set out in the annex to decision 15/9. It held a total of 6 sessions between Tuesday and today. The committee started by taking a complete first reading of document CBD-WGDSI-1/2. After hearing the reflections and views from parties, stakeholders, and rights holders, a contact group was established. This contact group was chaired by Selima Campina of Belgium and Neka Nicholas of Antigua and Barbuda. The contact group considered a non-paper prepared on the basis of the interventions in the CAL and subsequently a revised version of the non-paper. The outcome of the contact group were returned to the CAL, which reviewed them as CRPs. In the final session of the CAL earlier this afternoon, we approved 2 CRPs, which are the basis for document L2. As you can see, L2 is organized according to the 5 clusters we have been considering. And within each cluster, there is a section on elements of convergence and a second section on elements needing further work. We want to express our sincere gratitude to Selima and Neka for their expert co-chairing. Their efficiency greatly contributed to the outcome of our work. Distinguished delegates, we are truly grateful for the way and manner in which you conducted your deliberation under our guidance, and we thank you for the positive, warm, and constructive spirit of goodwill and compromise that prevailed throughout our deliberations. Thank you, Chair. This is the report.
Thank you, co-chairs. We have heard the report from the co-chairs and the outcomes of their deliberations on the substantive issues. I congratulate two co-chairs and all of you for your hard work and the outcomes achieved. This progress is reflected in document CBD-Live-1/1.2. I will now submit for adoption. The document does not come easy, and it is also a reflection of your collective wisdom, your detailed work over the past number of days. Therefore, I propose we adopt the document as a whole. I put before your document L2 for your adoption. Are there any objections? Switzerland, please.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have an objection, I can assure you, but I just found a little mistake in the text in chapter 61 on the third line, where we had lengthy discussions on if WIPO should also be considered or not, and then we came up with the understanding and the agreement, common agreement, that we would add or related issues, and now it is reflected and related issues. And it is important because it's exactly the exception of the benefit sharing, and therefore it should not be and, but it has to be or related issues. This is all that I would like to correct in your text. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Switzerland, for your intervention. It's very helpful. I think it will be considered by the Secretariat later on. So with this, I see Brazil.
Thank you, Chair, and we are happy to go with the proposal that Switzerland just made, but I would like to highlight that there was a mention to WIPO on 69. It's our understanding that this proposal becomes obsolete once we mention WIPO in 61. So we would request to delete the mention to WIPO on 69. Thank you.
Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indonesia would like to seek confirmation if we are still in Agenda 3 or we are already in Agenda 5, if we may.
We are still on item Agenda 3.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Adoption of the L2 document.
If I may, what would be the document for the Agenda 5 for the report?
Report to the meeting.
Because I thought L documents are the report. If I may seek confirmation, Mr. Chair.
So, Secretariat, please give the clarification.
So under adoption of the report, we have L1, the adoption of the report, which of course includes reference to all of the procedures, everything that's all the actions of the working group, including of course the adoption of any recommendations or other outcomes, substantive outcomes of the meeting. Thank you.
Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason we are asking because the document we are referring right now, it includes Agenda 4, and Agenda 4 has not been done. So if if we would have to decide on agenda, on the report of agenda 4, we would suggest that we go first to agenda item 4 before we do the report.
That is correct.
Yeah.
We will do that.
So any objection to this L2 document? If now I see no objection, L2 is adopted. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The Committee of the Whole also discussed options for intercessional work to be undertaken until the second meeting of the working group. I would like to give the floor to the co-chair to report on outcomes of their discussion on the intercessional work. Co-chairs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's nice to be back in this chair. We are happy to report on the outcome of discussions on areas of work for the intercessional period leading to the second meeting of the working group. After hearing the views of the parties on elements requiring further work, the COW established a contact group to discuss this matter. This contact group was chaired by my co-chair and I and met on Friday evening. We presented a plan for intercessional work to the group, which they exchanged views on. The group concluded on the need for 3 different elements. First, information sharing activities by the co-chairs and the secretariat as needed and as appropriate. Second, an information advisory group building on the past positive experience from the information advisory group on DSI in the last intercessional period. This new IAG will focus on the technical issues contained in elements requiring further work in the form of online discussions among parties, non-parties, IPLCs, and stakeholders. The contact group strongly emphasized the need for the IAG to be inclusive, flexible, agile, and considerate to the burden of the time differences between parties. It will operate with clear rules of engagement and foster real exchange between participants. The third area of activity, we will facilitate a series of informal regional consultations online, as well as an informal exchange to support the peer review of the drafts that were commissioned in paragraphs 22B and 22C in Decision 15-9. My co-chair and I will report the outcomes of this intercessional work to the second meeting of this working group in August next year. The outcomes of the work of the contact group were presented to the Committee of the Whole earlier this afternoon, and the committee endorsed these outcomes. We suggest that the description of the intercessional work be included in the report of the meeting. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, co-chairs. Delegates, as you all recall, during our first plenary session, we agreed that the co-chairs will continue their responsibility at the second meeting of the working group and also guide any intercessional work that will be required. The proposal for intercessional work is further to this agreement. There were good discussions on the plans for intercessional work in the contact group, and I believe there is a common understanding on the process following the session of the Committee of the Whole earlier this afternoon. On this basis, and with the understanding that the information on the process for intercessional work will be included in the report, I take that we are all in agreement with the proposal. So is there any objection from the floor? So I see no request from the floor, then the proposal will be reflected in the report of the meeting. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we conclude agenda item 3. Distinguished delegates, we have now reached agenda item 4 on other matters. I open the floor for any other matters to be raised. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving Indonesia the floor. Indonesia would like to raise and encourage parties, and especially representative of indigenous peoples and local communities groups in this room, to actively support and voice out the situation and tragic events suffered by the indigenous people and local communities of Palestine right now. They need our support and voice now more than ever. As of today, as per available information, the death toll in Gaza Strip has risen to more than 11,500 people, including 4,710 children and 3,160 women. The crimes and atrocities committed by the apartheid-occupied power also caused severe destruction of the nature and biodiversity in Palestine. This man-made destruction will have long-term consequences, not only for Palestine, but for the world. Thus, at this forum, as IPLC is a very important part of the CBD, and all the time we try to refer to UNDRIP, to human rights, to humanitarian law, to how to protect women and children. We urge the parties, and especially representatives of indigenous peoples and local communities groups in this room, to call for a ceasefire. These crimes and atrocities must stop, and since it is inhumane, and it is inhumane to let this situation persist. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Egypt strongly support the statement given by the Indonesian delegates, and it is true that killing of kids, of children, women, and men is still going on every day. Not only that, but the whole biodiversity and ecosystems, habitats have been gone. So we urge all delegates to call for ceasefire. It is unhuman what is happening now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Jordan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Jordan, I support Egypt and Indonesia. And what happened in Palestine is abnormally many people killed without water, without hospitals, without medicines, without food. And in addition, destroy everything in the Gaza, cutting trees, killing animals, destroyed biodiversity. Now this situation is restricted, and on your hand to stopping this well. Thank you.
Algeria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a quick declaration to support Indonesia, Egypt, and Jordan declaration. We, as a community, should advocate to stop what's going on in Gaza and to claim for stop genocide and killing children, and all the categories of the population, not only the biodiversity, but we are talking about human lives. So I think that we should all, as a human, support strongly the stop of this, what's going on in Gaza. Thank you so much.
I see no more requests from the floor, then we can proceed with the next agenda item. Norway, sorry. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are thankful for the progress made at this first meeting of the Open-Ended Working Group and want to congratulate all of us as a group of colleagues moving towards consensus. The government of Norway and the Bezos Earth Fund are pleased to announce funding to support broad, inclusive and inter-fora informal work on DSI until COP16. This funding is meant to fuel and support informal work, which has been ongoing for over 2 years, which has been supported by the United Kingdom, the European Commission, Germany, the government of South Africa, the Netherlands, Norway, and the Rockefeller Foundation, among others. This informal work will allow parties, right holders, and stakeholders to advance progress on DSI over the next 11 months ahead of COP16. In particular, this funding will support parties and rights holders and stakeholders in the Global South to have a regional and cross-regional convenings on DSI. This informal work, which will be supported by Meridian Institute, will be conducted in partnership with the ABS Capacity Development Initiative and with secretariats, governments, stakeholders, rights holders, and others working to further develop the multilateral mechanism. We underline the importance of transparency for the informal work and welcome your thoughts, suggestions, comments, and questions. Norway hopes that the added funding enables that kind of broad and inclusive informal work that the subject matter requires, such as informal regional consultations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Norway, and also the country you mentioned to support this initiative toward the COP16. Thank you so much. Since I have no more requests from the floor, we can proceed with the next agenda item. We now move to agenda item 5 on the adoption of the report of the meeting of the working group. We have before us document the CBD WGDSI-1/1L1, which is the draft document for the first meeting of the ad hoc open-ended working group on benefit sharing from the use of digital sequences information. The document was posted this morning, and I hope that all of you had a chance to read it. Please allow me to invite the reporter, Ms. Angela Lozan of Republic of Moldova, to introduce the document. Ms. Lozan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, you have before you the document CBD/WGDSI/1/L1, which is the draft report of the meeting. The document presents the proceeding part of the meeting. The draft report contains the summaries of the statements made during the first meeting of the ad hoc open-ended working group on benefit sharing from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources and matters related to the organization of the meeting. I have examined the report and found it to be accurate. I am submitting it for adoption with the understanding that today's proceedings, including any approved changes, will be incorporated in the final report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I propose that we review the report based on sections. Any comments on the introduction and item 1? I see no request for no objection. We will move to item 2. Any comments on item 2? Indonesia, you have the floor.
You mean L2, right? Document L2, right? Not item 2.
L2, L1, sorry, L1 is a reporter's document, L1.
Oh, so now we are still in L1?
Yes, L2 already adopted.
Oh, okay. No, I have a comment on L2.
L2 was adopted, but we can hear your comments on L2. Now, since L2 already adopted, now we are working on item 2 of the L1. So any comments from Indonesia? Okay, thank you for your cooperation. Thank you. I see no objection, then we move to item 3. Any comments on item 3, Brazil?
Thank you, Chair. Just a proposal on paragraph 16 to request inclusion of our request to the Secretariat concerning the next presentations on ongoing work that could be relevant to this working group. We would request that the 3 intergovernmental forums that were mentioned in the Secretariat's presentation be named, and to add a phrase saying that Brazil requested that future presentations include ongoing work within WIPO. So with your indulgence, I will read the proposed amended paragraph. 16, a representative of the Secretariat made a presentation on ongoing work on benefit sharing from the use of digital sequence information being done in the following intergovernmental forums. And then there will be the names of the Plant Treaty, the WHO, and BBNJ. Full stop. And then one last sentence saying, Brazil requested that future presentations on ongoing work on benefit sharing from the use of digital sequence information include ongoing work within WIPO. Full stop. That will be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. It will be considered and revised by the Secretariat based on previous consultation. So I see the request from Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So it's okay, the L2, I mean, our concern was just a footnote. Footnote 2 should have been like CRP3 instead of CRP1. But I think it's a Secretariat issue. It will be resolved. Our comment on L1, if I may, just to reconfirm, we just like to request that the statement made during the adoption of the other matter, item 4, on Gaza, etc., will be recorded. That's it.
Thank you. It will be noted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. A question to Brazil. As we discussed this afternoon, there is an ongoing discussion on DSI within WIPO, but not on benefit sharing. So maybe you have to reformulate your last sentence to reflect this. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. Your intervention is noted. Then I give the floor to Brazil.
Yes, since this reflects a statement that was factually made by Brazil in plenary, I would prefer not to change it at this moment. This is not negotiated text. This just reflects what has been said in plenary. Thank you.
It should be okay, thank you. I give the floor to Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Just a really quick editorial suggestion in between paragraphs 31 and 32 to put in a subheading, because paras 32 and 33 relate to the intercessional discussions, and that way it'll make it clear that the annex refers to the discussion relating to the intercessional and won't be misunderstood as referring to L2. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Australia. It's a good suggestion. It will be noted. Thank you. Since I see no more requests from the floor, then I understand there is no objections. So, delegates, now we have concluded the review, and the Secretariat, in consultation with the reporter, will incorporate all the changes approved by the plenary as well as the proceedings of this morning and the present session. Ladies and gentlemen, with this understanding, I invite the meeting to adopt document L1. I see no objection. The document is adopted. With the changes we mentioned. Thank you. As usual, the consolidated report will be reviewed by the reporter for clearance before it is released. Distinguished delegates, we have completed agenda item 5, adoption of the report. We are now come to the end of our meeting, and we will thus take up agenda item 6 on the closure of the meeting. Before I give the floor to the Secretary, I would like to invite our distinguished co-chair. You have some further intervention. Co-chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I won't speak for long. I might still be able to get some fondue. Just a few words. Thank you, Norway, for the exceptionally generous offer of financial support. We're very grateful. When we first met on Tuesday, I said it would be a privilege and a pleasure to co-chair the Committee of the Whole. It is, as strange as it seems, I don't regret it. It's been very hard work, but we're lucky. We all have an extraordinary opportunity to make progress, to agree a new multilateral mechanism, and a global fund which could genuinely help to play a significant role in generating new resources for nature. When we met, some of us in Montreal, and agreed decision 59, I think we learned first to trust each other, and then we took a leap of faith. We made a commitment that we would need to work together to overcome our differences for the greater good. I just wanted to reassure you that my co-chair and I will work with you intensively over the next year to deepen and grow that trust, to build a stronger foundation on which we can build our work, so that we don't miss this extraordinary opportunity. I want to leave you with one thought. You're probably sick of hearing from me, but one last thought. We've managed to agree this week. It's been hard, but we've managed to agree 26. We converge on 26 statements and 12 subparagraphs. I really do think that's an extraordinary basis on which to build our work going forwards. Thank you all.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Malawi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just also to echo my co-chair, to express my appreciation to the COP presidency, the Bureau, the Secretariat, and all parties for your cooperative spirit. And you really helped us to facilitate our work and move forward in the documents in these days we've been together. When we opened the meeting, we had no document, but collectively we have something that we can use as a basis of our work moving forward. So I would just like to state that we have a chance to effect transformational change through this process and contribute to the vision that we have of living in harmony with nature. It is my hope that moving forward, we will continue to have this collaborative spirit, and you'll continue to support us as we remain committed to ensure that we are able to fulfill the mandate that was given to us, and also continue to effect our responsibility of taking care of Mother Earth. Thank you so much. It was a great opportunity chairing this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, co-chairs, again for your great job had been done, and also your achievement, your outcome is the best fondue for all of us and for the party for the process of DSAs. Thank you so much. Then I give the floor to David Cooper on behalf of the Secretariat to give remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And let me start by thanking you for your hard work and guidance to us throughout this week for both meetings. I'd also like to thank again Switzerland for hosting our meetings, and also the many donors whose contributions have supported the participation of delegates in this meeting. Also wish to thank the COP Bureau members for their support and the helpful guidance they've provided. Big thanks, of course, to the co-chairs of the contact group, Ms. Salima Kemperam from Antigua and Barbuda, and Ms. Nanika from Antigua and Barbuda, and Ms. Salima Kempena from Belgium. And of course, big thanks also to our wonderful co-chairs of the Committee of the Whole, Umpatso Kalempo of Malawi, and Will Lockhart from the UK. Thank you so much for leading us through these discussions so skillfully this week. Of course, building on the hard work that led to the agreement at COP15. And of course, this was the first meeting of this group. High expectations were set in Decision 15.9 at COP15. And as the co-chairs have said, although there is still much to do, I believe the high ambitions set out there so far are being met. As Will Lockhart pointed out, we saw lots of convergence on issues, and also lots of good ideas on how to operationalize the mechanism and the fund. And perhaps just as importantly, parties and observers were able to share their views and hear the views of others. And I think with all of this, we have a better understanding of the breadth and scope of work now that needs to be carried out until COP16 and MOP5. I hope that once you're back home, you'll use all of these ideas and the mutual understanding that's been achieved this week to reflect on the document, to consult with your constituencies so that we can advance the process. And of course, it'll be important to continue to consult with civil society, business, and academia. The role and participation of indigenous peoples and local communities, of course, is of utmost importance. The engagement and consultations with researchers, academia, and the private sector also at the core of this process. The ongoing process in many of your countries for the revision of the national biodiversity strategies and action plans provides perhaps a good opportunity for the stakeholder consultations as well. I also perhaps can't stress enough the importance of your continued strong participation and engagement in the intercessional work that has just been agreed, so that we can do the groundwork for building those creative solutions that will be needed when we meet again in Montreal in August. The Secretariat, of course, is here to support you, and you can rely on our work. And I think, as the co-chair Batso just said, the decision on digital sequence information at COP15 was a landmark agreement. But with this process, we really have the potential to develop a mechanism that's truly transformative, one that can make a real contribution to all of the goals of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Before we close, I'd like to thank you all. In particular, I'd like to thank the teams that have been supporting us this week, my colleagues at the Secretariat here and in Montreal, all the staff behind the scenes for their hard work and commitment. I'd also like to thank the interpreters, the translators, the report writers, the staff of the conference center, everyone for facilitating our work. I wish you all a safe return home, and we'll look forward to seeing you in other fora as we continue these important discussions. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Dr. Cooper, for your closing remarks. I would like to open the floor for short closing statement by representatives of the regional groups. I give the floor first to Trinidad and Tobago. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This statement is made on behalf of the group of Latin America and the Caribbean countries. We would like to reiterate our gratitude to Switzerland for hosting this meeting. We further wish to thank the co-chairs of the open-ended working group and the Secretariat for their hard work to ensure a successful first meeting, and would like to acknowledge the work of the co-chairs of the contact group. Our region would like to recognize the progress that has been made during these sessions. We engaged in discussions that allowed us to express key elements and ideas, which we expect to see reflected in the mechanism for the distribution of benefits arising from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources. Following the intensive discussions that have taken place over the past week, several important aspects stood out. As such, we would like to highlight the following key messages. First, as a region, we fully recognize digital sequence information on genetic resources as within the scope of the Convention on Biological Diversity and its Nagoya Protocol. We expect any multilateral mechanism that we agree on will address the third objective and the obligations set at the Convention, its Nagoya Protocol, and COP Decision 15/9 regarding sharing of benefits arising from the use of DSI as an integral part of genetic resources. Second, as a region that faces many environmental, social, and economic challenges, many of which are unique, we expect that this mechanism, including a fund, recognizes the specific circumstances, priorities, and needs of developing countries. On a whole, we must be fully committed to benefit sharing from the use of DSI. There is a need for a strong mechanism to fairly and equitably share benefits, with the provisions of the Convention, its Nagoya Protocol, and relevant COP decisions as the foundation we build on. Any half-hearted, non-committed attempt to reach this goal will not land an institutional arrangement that truly works. We further wish to remind that Decision 15/9 was part of the package of decisions that enabled the adoption of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. From the beginning of the GBF negotiations, developing countries have consistently emphasized that DSI was an indispensable component of the GBF. Therefore, any backtracking on the agreement under Decision 15/9 and on the recognition of benefit sharing obligation risks jeopardizing the implementation of the entire framework. Digital sequence information cannot be decoupled from genetic resources, and we are alarmed at the renewed efforts to create artificial boundaries that we have heard coming from the floor. We are also alarmed at the attempt of some parties to negate the impact and importance of Decision 15/9 and the charge to the parties contained therein. Mr. President, looking forward, and despite our progress here in Geneva, we consider that we face important challenges towards COP16. There is still a long way to reach consensus, but we are optimistic that we can deliver the mechanism in time. GRULAC is fully committed to and engaged with this process. We welcome the contributions to the resulting document and the inputs for each of the 5 clusters of topics. Nevertheless, there are many new concepts brought up that require time to reflect, process, and consult both at the national level and as a region. We would like to reiterate the need to ensure the inclusion and active participation of developing countries in this process, as well as indigenous peoples and local communities, women, and youth. We call on developed country parties and other parties in a position to do so to increase their financial contributions so that national delegations of developing countries can be well represented in meetings to come. We also call on the Secretariat to further the work in ensuring timely and adequate arrangements for funding delegates. In addition, sharing the documents to be discussed at future meetings with sufficient time for study and consultation would ensure a higher quality of discussions. Dear friends, let's move forward with this important process, engaging constructively and in good faith without reversing the significant progress we made at COP15 by revisiting matters on which we have already achieved compromise. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Also the rural region. Now I give the floor to Switzerland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Switzerland is making this statement on behalf of the member states of the JUSTCANS group, which have been present at this meeting. Let me start by expressing our gratitude and presenting a symbolic Edelweiss, the national flower of Switzerland, to the COP presidency, the co-chairs of the Committee of the Whole, and the contact group, and all of our colleagues who have worked hard here in Geneva to ensure that this first meeting of the ad hoc open-ended working group on benefit sharing from the use of DSI on genetic resources was able to make good progress. We consider the approach taken by the co-chairs to structure and advance in our work to be useful and positive. Like a barbed vulture, the co-chairs overviewed the process with a sharp eye. Organizing the discussion into clusters A to E allowed us to share views and identify areas of potential convergence and areas where future discussions is needed regarding the multilateral mechanism. Against this background, we consider the outcome of this meeting to be a good basis for the future discussions. Mr. Chair, we have less than 12 months to deliver recommendations of the WGDSI to the COP16, and there are still many open questions and issues that require further consideration. We would assess the result of this meeting as moitié-moitié, the best Swiss fondue, as we say in Switzerland, and this means half and half. Much has been achieved, but much remains to be discussed. But I can assure you, JUSTCANS is committed to supporting and contributing to the intercessional work in order to advance the work in the most productive way possible. JUSTCANS believes that intercessional work should be inclusive, transparent, and open. The Commission studies by COP Decision 15/9 have the potential to provide valuable input to this work and should therefore become available well in advance of the second meeting of this working group. To conclude, JUSTCANS expresses its full support to the COP presidency and the co-chairs of the Committee of the Whole. Leaving Switzerland, I can assure you that we will not disappear like marmots in our burrows to hibernate, but are committed to contributing constructively to the intercessional work in order to build on the good momentum we have started here in Geneva and ensure we have the necessary foundation for achieving a good outcome at COP16. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representing the host country of this meeting, please allow me to say goodbye in the 4 Swiss national languages. Au revoir, arrivederci, arrivair, auf Wiedersehen.
Thank you, Switzerland, as the host of this conference, and also your generous support to the process of this DSI, also for all the convention process. Also, thanks to Jessica for your great contribution for this meeting. Now I give the floor to Swatini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eswatini is taking the floor on behalf of Africa. Firstly, Africa thanks the Swiss government and its people for the hospitality we have received during our stay while working with the work of this working group. We thank all the delegates for the constructive discussions we've had here in Geneva, and we believe this work provides a good basis for the next working group meeting and COP16. We further appreciate that there is already some convergence on certain issues which demonstrate the commitment to advance the work. It is our understanding that there is need to fast-track the finalization of the studies commissioned by COP15 in order to ensure that the outcomes contribute to both the intercessional work and the next meeting of the working group. On the substantive issues, we would like to reiterate our initial position and commitment towards further development of the multilateral mechanism in time for adoption at COP16. The discussions in the clusters have indicated the need to also initiate work on the overall structure of the mechanism. Specifically, we believe that some divergences emanate from the non-visualization of the mechanism in its totality. In addition, Africa believes there is need to continue discussion intercessionally to further advance work and focus on issues which need to be further discussed. Mr. President, on Cluster A, we reiterate our position that contribution to the fund should come from the collection of 1% of the retail sales generated from the use of biodiversity. On Cluster B, Africa is of the view that we have to increase global conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. Then countries should be able to access funding from the mechanism. It is for that reason that we believe that country allocations are necessary to promote fair and equitable access to the fund by developing countries. On Cluster C, Africa believes that there is need to link the work of the mechanism with all the processes under the convention. Specifically, identification of gaps and needs of countries, including IPLCs, women, youth, and other stakeholders should be prioritized to ensure that capacity, technology, and technical needs are identified and addressed in a timely manner to ensure effective participation of developing countries. On Cluster D, on governance, Africa is of the view that the fund should be a new standalone fund which should be able to cooperate with other funding mechanisms. The COP shall provide overall authority for the fund. On Cluster E, Africa believes that it is relevant to draw lessons and experiences from other frameworks dealing with benefit sharing, including the Nagoya Protocol. Future discussions should examine this issue in the spirit of forging consensus. We further like to stress that this working group should focus on discussing the sharing of benefits and not the management of databases. We are therefore concerned by the intentional discussion on data governance, which we believe is premature at this point in time. Mr. President, on the organization of work intercessionally and the way forward, Africa agrees to continue work intercessional through a focused informal advisory group. We, however, want to highlight the following principles that should guide the intercessional work. One, we would like to stress the need for a clear process on how the outcomes of the intercessional work will relate to the next meeting of the working group. Two, we would like to stress that the process should be as inclusive as possible, and we call for translation as our region is multilingual. The group would also like to highlight the underlying connection difficulties that might hinder our participation to the online discussions and therefore calls for recording of the proceedings. The IAG should provide an equal opportunity for participation by all delegates. Finally, we would like to thank you for your leadership, the co-chairs for advancing work, the Secretariat for the fantastic work in preparing for the meetings of this working group, parties and observers for their active engagements in the meeting, and translators for facilitating comprehension among the parties, which will not be possible without their assistance. We are looking forward to further engagement in the next meeting of the working group, and we wish everyone safe travels as we all head back home. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your presentation. Also, thanks the African group for your dedicated engagement to the convention and also for this DSI issue. I hope this engagement will be as long as possible. Now I give the floor to European Union.
Dear President, dear co-chairs and delegates, I speak on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states. We would like to thank you, the co-chairs of the Committee of the Whole, the Secretariat, the co-chairs of the contact groups, and all participants for your hard work and constructive contributions. We also warmly appreciate and thank the Swiss government and the city of Geneva for hosting us these days. We warmly welcome the announcement by Norway a moment ago. We have worked hard and we are happy to see some progress and improved mutual understanding of the relevant issues. We underline the importance of this progress. At COP15, we committed to a package of decisions, including the decision on a multilateral mechanism for sharing the benefits from DSI. When taking that decision, we were all aware of the challenges for operationalizing this mechanism and for the short time we have at our disposal for making this a reality. Let me reiterate a few key points that we conveyed this week. The EU and its member states have engaged in its work, stressing that any consideration, evaluation, and identification of modalities to operationalize the mechanism must be done in line with the principles laid down under paragraphs 9 and 10 of the decision. These are our compass to guide our journey towards COP16. In this regard, we highlighted the importance for the modalities of the multilateral mechanism to be simple, not affect open access to data, and ensure legal clarity and certainty. We have further emphasized that Decision 59 is clear in identifying the approach and scope chosen by parties to share benefits from DSI under the mechanism. It is a multilateral approach, and the obligations under such multilateral mechanism for benefit sharing from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources apply to all users of DSI, independently from where they are located. This is important to ensure a level playing field for all concerned actors. The considerable work that we have done together has allowed us to identify a few areas of potential convergence, but has also brought to light that there are significant areas where further work and discussion is necessary. We will need to approach the period until COP16 with a firm determination to make progress on those areas. This will mean that we have to adopt a pragmatic approach, the same pragmatic approach that allowed us to come to our landmark decision in Montreal almost a year ago. It also means that we should make all efforts and avoid reinterpretations or renegotiating of what decision COP15 has established. Clarifying different understanding that may still persist remain pivotal, and we will look forward to continue contributing to reach common understanding among all parties. We should instead unite around a common endeavor, the aim to agree on all operational modalities that will allow us to start the work on operationalizing the multilateral mechanism and the Global Fund at COP16, which is, after all, only 1 year away. Significant question marks remain. However, the outcomes we agreed today represent a clear step forward and show us the road to COP16. We have an understanding on the way we are going to engage in the intercessional period and are looking forward to the outcomes of the studies that will be prepared. The EU and its member states hope that all this will provide a strong basis for a solid decision at COP16. The EU and its member states look forward to continue the work on these matters. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, EU and its member state. Also thanks to your great contribution to this global multilateral mechanisms. Thank you. I give the floor to Fiji.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fiji is pleased to take the floor on behalf of the Asia and the Pacific region. The Asia-Pacific region would like to congratulate you, the co-chairs of the committee as a whole, as well as the contact group of the meeting, on the excellent moderation and guidance which contributed to the successful completion of the first meeting of the ad hoc open-ended working group on benefit sharing from the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources. The Asia-Pacific region also applauds the significant progress made by the parties in this first meeting. We recognize the outcomes of this meeting, in particular, the addressing of areas of potential convergence for the Global Fund, an obvious direction for parties to move forward to the finalization of the modalities of the multilateral mechanism for its operationalization for benefit sharing from the use of DSI. The Asia-Pacific region reiterates our position. The Global Fund could be closely related to the GBF Fund, with a clear visibility and accountability. However, the Asia-Pacific region is still considering all possible options for the Global Fund, including governance, modality, and other elements of the management of the fund. The distribution of the fund from the DSI should be formulated in a fair and equitable way, with transparency, accountability, and sustainability. Besides, the Asia-Pacific region strongly supports the distribution of funds which should be directed towards the activities for conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity and the implementation of national biodiversity strategies and action plan. In particular for developing countries, including least developed countries and small island developing states, as well as for the achievement of the Target 13 and 19 and Goal C and D of the Kunming Montreal GBF. The Asia-Pacific region would like to emphasize the importance of effective operation, management, and governance of the Global Fund to ensure the benefit will be distributed to recipients in a fair and equitable manner. The capacity needs should be fulfilled by the fund, and support for capacity building and developments should also be strategically planned and implemented in such crucial areas as technology transfer, institutional capacity building and development, joint research programs, and installation of data and information system. In order to achieve the aforementioned goals and targets in a timely manner, the fund should be established and operationalized as soon as a decision is taken by the COP16. As for recommendation, the Asia-Pacific region recognized the importance for the intercessional process from this meeting to the next meeting. Our region is willing to participate and contribute to the process. To do so, we hope further consideration and support will be provided for the challenges such as time difference, technical difficulty for participating in online sessions. We welcome the conclusion in the contact group to establish the informal advisory group, which is inclusive of all parties, to collect the different views on the element of possible consideration to the next meeting. Therefore, the Asia-Pacific region requests the CBD Secretariat to consider organizing regional consultation meetings that would bring the parties together to share our regional concerns and knowledge related to the DSI before the next meeting and towards COP16. The Asia-Pacific region would like to urge parties to explore the best modality which can mobilize the fund as soon as possible in the time-bound manner. We also would like to encourage all parties to engage in the process with open minds and positive manner to work together to effectively finalize and operationalize the multilateral mechanism towards COP16. Last but not the least, we raised the concern on delays in distribution of DSA for funded participants in this meeting. We would like to request the Secretariat to ensure the timely arrangement and release of DSA for future CBD meetings. The Asia-Pacific region would like to thank the Secretariat staff, the Bureau members, parties, and all the participants for their hard work and willingness to compromise to move forward to make significant progress at this meeting. We would also like to thank the interpreters, conference service, and all other staff involved for their excellent service. Finally, we would like to express our gratitude to the government and the people of Switzerland for their warm hospitality and support to this meeting. We wish you all a safe journey back home and look forward to the next meeting and COP16. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Fiji. Also, thanks to Asian and the Pacific region for your commitment for the implementation of global biodiversity framework. Now I give the floor to IPLC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the IFB, we would like to thank the parties for their support during this meeting and the co-chairs and contact group chairs for the opportunities they have created for our participation. This goes a considerable way to helping to build trust in this process. We hope this participation can be enhanced in future meetings. We respect that the final decisions are in the domain of the parties and the right of the parties to have the majority of conversations among themselves. We work with parties outside of the formal negotiating process as much as possible. However, there are times when it is helpful to the process to take the views of observers in the round of views and proposals before the end of discussions, so that the entire conference, COW, may hear them and take their views. We are increasingly concerned about the expanding list of beneficiaries and the introduction of incentives. We remind the parties that the objectives of the Convention and the Nagoya Protocol involve activities, promoting activities that contribute to the conservation of biological diversity and the sustainable use of its components. Any activities, including transfer of technology, access to or utilization of genetic resources, and appropriate funding are subject to the objectives of the Convention. In addition, the IPBES Global Biodiversity Assessment has concluded that our land tenure systems perform as well as protected areas in conserving biodiversity. Collectively, we occupy what has been estimated to be about 25% of the terrestrial land mass and a larger percentage of areas of relatively intact natural places. Our lands, waters, and territories are essential to biodiversity conservation. In the lead up to the decision to create the global multilateral mechanism, the role of IPLCs as primary beneficiaries and the use of the funds for projects to support conservation and sustainable use were consistently emphasized. We fear that emphasis is now being lost. Our concern stems from going beyond the decision and introducing the concept of open-ended and non-project-based incentives, particularly economic incentives. We do not believe this will bring about transformative change. We're also concerned that the expanding list of beneficiaries is diminishing the need to focus on supporting the disproportionate positive contribution that our land tenure systems, cultural values, and ways of being make to global biodiversity. We should remember that the DSI that is so important to science and industry has its origins in the biodiversity that is conserved in our lands, territories, and waters. There is an urgent need to ensure that we are able to continue to conserve biodiversity for future generations. Despite our previous comments, we are very supportive of the work here at this early stage and the goodwill of the parties to work with us and consider our views. We look forward to the intercessional work and making submissions for the development of this mechanism and its future adoption. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, IPRC. I give the floor to NGO.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm speaking on behalf of the Third World Network. We would like to thank the co-chairs of the Committee of the Whole, co-chairs of the contact group, and the rapporteur. We appreciate your hard work over this week. We would also like to align ourselves with the statement just made by the IIFB. We thank all the parties for showing flexibility and goodwill to move forward on this important matter that speaks to the heart of the third objective of the Convention. In this regard, we would like to highlight that an interpretation of provisions of the Convention that is consistent with the rules of international law interpretation contained in the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties brings us to the conclusion that DSI is indeed a subject matter under the Convention and the Protocol, and as such, we call upon parties who do not yet see DSI as a subject matter under the Convention and Nagoya Protocol to kindly reconsider their position. Mr. President, we are pleased that parties have agreed to examine the current practices in DSI sharing and whether a family of linked databases under the mechanisms should be created. We want to re-emphasize that unless the accountability of databases is properly addressed by the CBD and its parties, the multilateral mechanism will be regrettably weak on guaranteeing open access and benefit sharing. This is a matter of trust. We are moving from a regime of facilitated appropriate access of genetic resources to a regime based on open access to DSI. If we want more and more parties to trust the multilateral mechanism and promote open access to DSI, then there needs to be trust in the system. Accountability of databases is key to this. Otherwise, we will see a weak multilateral mechanism, compromising national sovereignty over genetic resources and failing to generate enough funds to ensure fair and equitable benefit sharing. Once again, we thank all of you who have gathered here, the Secretariat, interpreters, media, technical team members, and the host government. Thank you.
Thank you, NGO. I give the floor to business and industry.
Thank you, Chair. We congratulate delegates on the successful adoption of the meeting documents and thank Switzerland for its hospitality and the COP presidency, the co-chairs of the different committees and the CBD Secretariat for their guidance and support in this process. The outcome of these discussions has a potentially important impact on the development of the biodiversity-based economy and the businesses which are innovating with genetic resources and associated DSI, and we appreciate the decision to include business stakeholders in the future informal advisory group. We urge parties to ensure that the design of the multilateral benefit sharing mechanism is aligned with scientific and business realities, and that the mechanism will be simple, workable, and affordable, and provide legal certainty, essential prerequisites for any system to work on the ground. A regulatory landscape which makes it too complicated or risky to work with genetic resources or DSI will disincentivize biodiversity-based innovation and the development of a sustainable bioeconomy. Businesses make considerable investments to develop products and technology and will be hesitant to engage in such investments if there are no incentives or if risks are too high. Legal uncertainty, unpredictability as to potential costs, disproportionate administrative burdens, and risks on top of normal commercial risks, such as obligations to make products or technologies available free of charge, will heavily disincentivize business investments in this area. It is also important to keep in mind that the important efforts to narrow the gap in capacities between countries to undertake research and innovation using DSI and genetic resources will not succeed unless there is an enabling policy environment which supports the research and innovation ecosystem and the scientific collaboration and knowledge exchange that is essential to build capacity. It is our view that only a mechanism which is truly multilateral and works harmoniously with other multilateral ABS systems will support research and innovation, be workable in practice, and will generate the benefits to be shared to advance the CBD's goals. We remain committed to supporting the objectives of the Convention and look forward to engaging with all parties, right holders, and stakeholders, and to contributing to the ongoing process. Thank you.
Thank you, Business and Industry Group. I give the floor to Academic and Research.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief because I know we all want to leave. I'm making this statement on behalf of ITSE, interdisciplinary researchers working on digital sequence information. Academia and research operate under many guiding principles as well as ethical research practices, such as those from Horizon Europe, the UK Research and Innovation, and the Australian Research Council. Decision 15/9 also makes specific reference to the OECD recommendation on enhancing access to and sharing of data and the UNESCO recommendation of open science. Further deliberations would very much benefit from integrating these principles while introducing specific nuances related to digital sequence information, taking into account existing rights and legal obligations. We can do this under the umbrella of open and responsible data governance. While respecting the independence of negotiations in different fora, we would like to remind that the principles for open and responsible data governance have already been integrated in the BBNJ Treaty under Articles 12 and 14. Academia and research need clarity combined with commonly accepted principles. This would allow for a smooth operation while ensuring the quality of science. We thank you, the parties and the Secretariat, for all your valuable work.
Thank you, Academic and Research. I see Japan, you request the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Japan expresses its sincere appreciation to the Secretariat and co-chairs at this first meeting of the ad hoc open-ended working group on benefit sharing from the use of DSI. Japan presented our proposal on the first day to make a constructive contribution to the discussion. In our proposal, Japan is advocating for a mechanism transparent, flexible, inclusive, most suitable for early operationalization. I just briefly state some of the benefits of a voluntary benefit sharing mechanism, focusing on the volume of contribution. Firstly, a voluntary mechanism can invite revenue coming from all sources. This universality provides a greater benefit in a relatively short time frame. Secondly, some countries already have incentives such as tax deductions. If we take a voluntary mechanism, we can keep and enhance such existing incentive measures. Thirdly, contributions can be made depending on the capacity of each stakeholder, depending on the size of business. This enables wider range of participation from all stakeholders. We believe the commitment and good understanding of various stakeholders is the key to the success of a DSI benefit sharing mechanism. By raising awareness of contributors, we could realize the mainstreaming of biodiversity and the nature-positive economy. We will upload this statement with detailed descriptions later, so please take a look. We look forward to further exchange and discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan, for your remarks. We look forward for the further cooperation. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, after 5 days hard work, we finally come to today. First of all, I would like to congratulate you all on the progress made at the unprecedented working group meeting. Every one of you had left a footprint on the process of DSI in the history of the Convention, and deserve applause. This is the first meeting for working group on DSI, and the lively debate on potential shared comments for developing the multilateral mechanism on benefit sharing from the use of DSI on genetic resources had laid great groundwork for future discussion. I am delighted to see that we have indeed made notable progress. It is evident from the results that we have adopted here today that we have the basic building blocks to put together the multilateral mechanism. The outcome of our work clearly lays out the areas where we have convergence and the areas where we need further work, as well as a clear intercessional process to guide us our journey together. I believe that the intercessional work, fairness, transparency, inclusiveness, and the spirit of collaboration will be essential to our success going forward. When we started off on Tuesday, the journey ahead did not look easy. We can now breathe a bit easier, but it's not yet time to relax. Much is the work and little is the time. As we continue on this journey, I'm confident that we will maintain the same ambitious spirit that you have displayed over the last few days here in Geneva. I saw you undertake your deliberations courageously, constructively, and in a cooperative spirit. We can leave today feeling good about the message we are sending, that we are determined to show the world that indeed the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and its associated decisions can deliver on this objective to bring true transformative change and a world living in harmony with future. I thank you all for your strong ambition and positive signal. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the co-chairs of the Committee of the Whole again, and the co-chairs of the contact group for their leadership, wisdom, and patience to lead and accompany us during this meeting. I would also like to thank the Acting Executive Secretary and the Secretariat team for all their deliberation and tireless efforts, as well as the service provided to the meeting. Great thanks to go to Swiss government for hosting us and the great hospitality provided. Last but not least, we thank the interpreter for the wonderful job done. Finally, allow me to thank you, distinguished delegate. You had done a great job. May you all travel well back. We will meet again on your journey forward. I assume almost all of you would like to visit China one day, and I really hope one day soon we can meet you in China. With this word, I declare this meeting closed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks again.
Great job.
Thank you.